Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on a minute, buddy.
So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give
arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I don't want to switch over because I want to hear that last bit. Still love that Carmageddon girl, 10 out of 10. Yeah, I mean, it's, she's wrong on a couple things, but I still like the song. It's still in the intro. I have to trim it because it gets copyright strike by a company that dropped her from the label because they didn't like the song, and now they just copyright it no matter what so they can try and get it off of the internet because they don't like that it was negative towards the Jews. And so like I fight the good fight. I'm like, yeah, copyright strike it, and then I'll fucking trim it out. So I get a copyright claim on it every single video, but I have so many other copyright claims. It's just like, whatever. It's just one more. That was a funny one, that last clip. Yeah, dude. Yeah. It's fucking I just like it. I want to listen to it every time. Out of everything there, it's my favorite. Boomies. Welcome to the stream, boys. Dude, it's crazy how fucked up our world is going down the drain so quickly that, like, I feel it necessary to make a new clip video already. It's like, there's already been so much insane, fucked up things that have happened in the world and in America that, like, every single one of those clips is dated, even though they're all just things from the last year, 6 months ago. I'm getting a real good feeling about vaccination right now. I love how he takes like the most toddler bite ever and then like immediately wraps it up because he's like, I'm not eating this piece of shit cheap burger full of all this poison we feed the masses. Like, my personal chef makes things that are actually good for me. Is it okay to eat a burger right now? I think that was just a bad attempt at humor. Should we start being more vigilant against commies? What do you mean by that? Because vigilance just means like awareness. Like, should we all be more aware of communists? Like, yeah, but vigilant can also mean like strict in adherence to, you know, a set of rules. Like, there's a lot of meanings of vigilance. Vigilance has a lot of different meanings depending on the connotation. It's why he is 240 pounds is because of his chef. I mean, I don't know how much he weighs. I'm like, I don't know, I haven't checked, but I think I'm around like 270 right now. But I'm also 6'5", so 270 is still fat, but it's not as fat once you factor in the fact that I'm tall as fuck, yeah. Like, I remember when I was in the Army, and like they were trying to call me fat, and like they were like, you need to be 180 so that way you don't have to deal with weigh and tape. And I'm like, I am 6'5", and if I was 180, I would be hospitalized. Like, because I was like 220, 225, and they were like, goodness gracious, you're 40 pounds overweight. And I was like, dude, if I lose another 20 pounds, I'm like, you're seeing my ribs, dude. Like, I was at a weight where like I was like 10, 15 pounds away from like having abs, and they were like, you need to lose 40 more pounds. I was like, dude. $235 is the right weight for a 6'5" person. Well, I need about 35 more pounds to go, or at least 215, or maybe 195. Dude, 195. If I'm down at 195, I've developed an eating disorder or something. Like, I need help. I do not believe that you are 6'4" and you are 158 pounds. I literally just don't believe that. What is my target weight? I don't have a target weight. I don't care. I don't care what my weight is. I could give a rat's ass what the number on the scale says. Like, my target is having energy again because I'm eating food and like going to the gym and like being functional. I don't care. I just want to be able to like pick my daughter up and throw her around without like the next day my back hurting. And I want to have energy. I could give a rat's ass what the fucking number on a scale says. Like, that's shit for people in their 20s to worry about. I already have kids. I already fucked up my life. I'm good. Oh, no, VT, like, this sounds like a Tinder profile lie. Like, I'm telling you, you're like 6'2". And maybe you got down to like 158. I'll believe that. I just don't believe you were 6'4" and 158. Like, I think you actually might have been like sent to sick call if you were that weight, like, and needed to see a doctor. You're at least 280 at 6 foot. That's rough. That's too much, buddy. Like, you're my weight and like half a foot shorter than me. Are you all giants here? I'm 5'11". Am I the short one here? I don't know what it is. I don't have any research to back this up. But either a lot of libertarians lie online, which I find them to be the least likely to lie online. For whatever reason, libertarians tend to attract a lot of tall dudes. There's a lot of tall libertarians. You're 5'10", you wish you were shorter? No, you fucking don't. The average height for like a white dude is like 5'10", right? Like, you hear it all the time where it's like, oh, the average height for a white man is like, for a man is like, 5'8" or something. Who's calling me? Why my dad's calling me? Oh my God. Why is it always at the beginning of a stream? Hey, what's up, Dad? Just streaming. Was good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do it on Saturday. It was just easier on Sunday. Yeah, we'll do it Saturday. Yeah, we'll do it Saturday. It's fine. No, there's no need to call back. You're gonna be asleep by the time I'm done working. Yeah, I might call sorry, I'm streaming. Call their mother, make sure I don't say her name, and go pick them up from like her house or something and come over or something. I'll figure that out with their mother. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I love you, Dad. All right, bye. I stopped muting because I forget to unmute. And then I get a whole bunch of people being like in chat. And then I'm like, oh shit, and then I'm still muted. So I just make sure I don't say anything dumb. Mic muted, we can't hear you. I know you're trolling now though. And the reason I know that is because I'm not reacting to anything. So what's on my screen right now is this. See that? See, I can see my audio. Like, that a Yoga Cast reference? Or Yogs Cast? I don't know what Yogs Cast is. Are you winning, son? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why. They always call me at the same time. Because they're like, oh, I just got off work. Let me call him. And it's like, they know. It's like, you have a lunch break. Just call me. I don't get it. But it's all right. I let them be boomers. It's fine. There's no reason to argue with them. Why are we talking about Yogg's cats? What the hell is Yogg's cats? What are we talking about? Is this some Gen Z thing that y'all are pretending like is a real old reference, but it's not an old reference because it's like from 4 years ago, but it's some shit millennials never heard about? They can't fathom the not 9 to 5 life? Nobody can. I don't know. Okay, well, fucking Shrek Eyes just said Yogg's cats. I didn't know if it was Yoga Cast or Yogg's Cast or Yogg's Cats. It's like 15 years old, dude. Okay. Still haven't told me what it is, but all right. Have fun with that. Also, 15 years is... I guess 15 years is a long time ago. It's feeling like less and less of a long time ago now that I'm older. Like 15 years ago, I was in the army, like, or almost in the army. They're an old Let's Play gaming channel. It's very weird because I'm a streamer, but like I never fucking watched streamers basically until I started streaming to understand more about it. Like I would watch like clips on YouTube, but I still don't understand you guys that show up multiple days that I'm streaming in a week. You guys show up and hang out for hours, and I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, I genuinely hope that everyone that watches me has dual monitor and like you're playing a video game and like kind of tuning in and out. I genuinely hope that's what's going on. Cause I'm worried, You know, like I'm worried that some of you are just here, just on a single peasant screen, just watching, just locked in, and like that. I'm worried. He's staring straight into my pearly white eyes. They're not pearly white. Maybe they are. My eyes are less red now that my diet is healthier. I just realized that. I literally just realized that now, that my eyes actually are less bloodshot. One of the benefits of eating right. That's fucking weird. That's a weird thing to realize in this moment right now with you guys. I was about to be like, nah, my eyes are kind of always bloodshot. Nope, apparently I've just been eating poison for like the last decade. My streams are good practice for Greg shorthand. I feel like you guys are just making fun of me at this point for being old. A system of phonetic shorthand developed by John Robert Gregg. What? This is a system of note-taking? Oh, it looks awful. This looks worse than what doctors write. Or is this what doctors write? No, this is not what doctors write. Oh, this is terrible. I'm committed to debate. I will master it. Yeah, my shorthand has always just been my own personal one. Like, you know, like instead of writing government, I just write gov. You know, like little W/ with, you know, like this, just normal shit for shorthand. I didn't even know note-taking systems existed because I never existed. I never take notes. There's no punctuation or anything. Yeah, that's, yeah, I don't know. Like, you guys really don't, like, school is so dumbed down now. Like, it was dumbed down when I was a kid. What in the fuck is happening to my numbers? What did I do? Did I piss off YouTube? Like, we were steadily climbing and we got to 19 and then it just immediately dropped to 13. Like, why do I keep getting these weird drops in my streams? Is it just ad breaks and all you people are using fucking Brave browser or some shit, so it's like disconnecting you and you won't ever be counted as a viewer again until you refresh or some shit? Like, what's going on? Jesus Christ, Boomer Scott wants me to write a whole letter with punctuation in his replies. I'm not saying you need to write a whole letter. You can't fit a whole letter in there. And I understand that Gen Z doesn't use punctuation. But I will say that when I'm reading chat and there's no punctuation, like, it should be expected that you wrote like a fucking retard. And so your retarded writing makes it harder to read because I'm not, you know, like I don't have your voice. I'm not you. I don't know what you intended. And so without punctuation, I'm just left with the toddler speak you put in chat. I'm not saying you got to use a semicolon when fucking appropriate or like things like that. But like, yeah, some quotation marks when you're quoting something would be nice. Or like a comma where there's supposed to be a pause or a period at the end of a sentence, you know, nothing crazy, just shit we all learned in elementary school, you know, like I'm not saying you have to write a letter. I'm just saying, are you smarter than a fifth grader? And based upon the way that you type and your whole generation types, I often doubt this. It would help if you didn't assume the dumbest interpretation of people's chats and typos, though. That is usually the safest bet, though. That is usually the most accurate interpretation. Different when typing on phone. You can use punctuation on a phone. What are you talking about? The autocorrect to a different word that you missed, right? Like, I totally get that. And I'm like, he's typing on his phone. You know, it makes it hard to read. It happens. You know what I mean? I get that. I definitely get that. I feel that. It happens to me. You know what I mean? Like you want to French it all up and be funny and put fin at the end of it, and then it just changes it to fun and you don't notice. Like, I get that. Scott always assumes the dumbest thing ever when people do typos. No, I'm doing this fucking thing called reading. So I read it as it is, and then as it is doesn't make sense, and then my ADHD brain just grasps the first of 20 possibilities like they're like a kitten playing with a toy hanging from a string, and just whatever my claw accidentally grabs onto, I pull. You know what I mean? Like, Scott, just admit you're dyslexic. Brother. I'm not dyslexic just because I don't fucking... He's shifting the goalposts now? No, I'm not. You lying little... I almost said a slur. Oh, shit. I just realized I'm on top chat instead of live chat. Collapse timelines and picking interpretations. Dude, dude, I just go with it. Of course. Why is it? I swear to God, I'm the only streamer that has a disloyal audience that will show up to streams and be like, this content isn't good enough. Switch the content or I'm out. That like makes it known. And then I have an audience that just roasts me. Like, I'm like Queso, but without any fucking fame. What the fuck? Like, at least that guy can laugh all the way to the bank. What are you guys doing to me? We should switch the upper and lowercase letters in and out sentences. Disloyal after calling all us out for being here every time. Listen, I used to be a communist. I'm allowed to have contradictions from time to time, especially as an entertainer. Sometimes I'm bullshitting. Also, definitely not talking about you, Drail. Drail, you're not disloyal, if anything. Yeah, right. I mean, you know what? To be fair, I did shit on Econo Boy leaving like the little bitch that he is because he got online harassment. And now that I think about it, maybe I'm better at dealing with online harassment because that's just what my community does to me. Maybe like when a big streamer like drops something and the whole internet fucking hates them for it. They're like, I can't deal with this. And that doesn't happen to me because I'm just like, yeah, this is like a normal stream. Like, what do you mean? Of course your chat is full of people saying that you're wrong and that you're full of contradictions and that you're an idiot and also randomly calling you fat for just out of nowhere. Of course that's what happens. That's what a chat does. Maybe you guys have hardened me. I don't know. Oh, God. Dude, I'm feeling better. All right, boys? I'm excited. I've been here 3 days in a row. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, go with your first instinct. He a bitch? No, these two things can be true at the same time, okay? Him being a bitch and you guys hardening me to online harassment are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, what's going on? Don't burn yourself out. No, I have my autoimmune disorder or my autoimmune disease. I have it under control. Like, I've figured out what most of my triggers are, and I don't eat those things. So I have a diet that isn't consistently poisoning me and making me sick. So I have the energy that I had 2 years ago before it started getting worse and worse. I mean, I still am in constant pain. Like, my ankles right now are on fucking fire because I still have a fucking connective tissue disease. So I have arthritis in like most of my body. But like, I just have my energy in my mind and my clarity back. You simply engage in a normal non-American diet. I wish. I don't eat any gluten. I don't eat any rice. I don't eat any fucking alliums. So I can't have any garlic or onion or anything like that. And I also can't eat a large amount of carbs. I'm literally just eating meat, non-sweet fruit, and dairy. That's my whole diet. Yeah, only Americans eat those things. Yeah, Italy, famous for never eating carbs. Shut the fuck up, Shrek Oz. Get better jokes. You're trying too hard. You're starting to say dumb shit. I like my burritos, especially with lemon lime rice. Oh fuck, dude. If I could have a fucking carne asada fucking with some fucking over some rice and beans and fucking lime. Oh god, I would fuck that up right now. But it's poison as far as I can tell, at least for me, so I can't have any of that shit. Just got here. What diet? Carnivore? No, I'm not carnivore. I'm just not eating it took me a while to figure out what I can eat and what I can't eat to get so that I don't trigger my autoimmune disorder. It would fuck me up. Yeah, I'd be sick for a couple days. Why have you guys not figured out? Why have you guys not figured out to not curse in chat? I just watch the chat bot delete your shit constantly, and you poor kiddos can't figure out to just not say curse words. I find it hilarious every time you guys get sent. I'm not mad at you. Like, it just deletes the message. That's all it does. You know, like, it's just fucking funny. And the even funnier thing is it stays up here. Right? See, it would fuck you up too. Mirror. On fire last night, you destroyed Prime. I mean, I destroyed him so much he got sick. What about it, Grid? Yeah, my energy is back, and with my energy has come back some of the rage. It's like I was too tired to be mad, and so now I'm back. Now I'm back. Okay, what did he say? Hold on, Cloudbot. Is sick now bad? Oh, ass. You said ass. Okay. I was like, what? Cloudbot, we're getting. Hold on. Let me go into Cloudbot. We're gonna get rid of some curse words that are like normal as hell. All right. Let me. It's getting a little much. Some of the curse words are not a big deal. All right. I don't need a fucking. Oh, I'm on StreamYard, not Streamlabs. Whoopsie. Let's fix some of this, boys. Let's go through this. Dashboard. Cloudbot. It's on. Oh, that's on Twitch. Should probably have it active on Twitch anyways, just because, reasons. All right, so let's go to word protection. Let me look at the blacklist. Okay, so variations of the N-word, we're going to keep those. Those come with a 30-second timeout, by the way. We'll keep those. Wait, my whole list is fine. What are the other, hold on, what is, we're going to get rid of the default. That's what it is. Use default blacklist. No, we're going to use my default blacklist. So the N word, the C word, the F word, the letter N, any variation of flag it without the L. We can get rid of bitch. You guys can say bitch. We can say, but no, because then somebody might say it against a woman, a specific woman, and then that would be a TOS thing. And just for fun, I'm adding the word Jew. I'm adding the word Jew just because I think it's going to be hilarious to watch you guys scream about the fact that the ADL is censoring you and that you guys can't say it. All right, I can't do that. Too many people will be talking about it with Israel. All right. And then I have the K word. You can't say the K word. All right, that's what we're going to use. All right, so you guys should be able to say ass and shit and pussy. You just can't say bitch because you might say it about a specific person. What the hell is the K word? The Jewish slur. Specifically against, yeah. That one is like that one I might get in trouble if somebody says it in chat. No, I just said not to use defaults. There we go. Preferences saved. It'll still send the punishment message. All right. And if we need to add a new word to the blacklist, we'll figure it out. All right, let's get out of there. Ban JQ for the fun of it. I almost want to, but I just think it'd be funny. But it would get to the point where people would get too mad, and it's not worth it. Slope is cope. Can we please ban French? I don't think anybody ever comes in here trying to speak French. I feel like we're good. I think our libertarian aura just kind of automatically pushes them out. So let me send you this link to the venue for the opening event I'm having at DebateCon. Yeah, just DM it to me over like Discord. I still got to get tickets. Those tickets are expensive as fuck. And then I brought it up to Mark and I was like, God damn, these are expensive. And he was like, those are normal prices for like cons. And I was like, fuck. I can't bitch. That's just the standard rate. Fuck, man. People spend a lot of money to go to cons. All right. And then I was like, fucking pay for a luncheon with these people? No, I'm not doing that. I want to network. I don't want to network for that amount of money. I'm like, no, I'm good. You can't believe you got won over by Mullally after 2 years? He's so base. What do you mean you got won over? Like you were like a non-libertarian and you hated him and like he was part of your conversion or something? Baguette. You're hoping that will summon them? That's not how you summon the French. The way that you summon the French is that you have to say French words in an American accent, right? Like so, and it makes them angry. So like the way to summon the French is to go croissant. Boy, oh boy, do I love buttery, flaky croissants. And if you do that enough, a Frenchie shows up and goes, it's croissant. And then they're like, fuck, they found me. Right? It's like, it's better. It's like in The Thing, you know, where like they have to dip the blood with like a hot iron and see like, you know, like a hot coat hanger to see if like the beasts or whatever will try and, you know, dodge the blood, test everybody's blood. You can do that. You just say croissant around them enough, and there's, and then they whip out a cigarette. It is croissant. Oh, that looks fun. It looks like a studio. I mean, like a legit studio. That looks like a fun little spot. This is, I mean, that's a nice ass place. And it comes with an 8-hour plus discount. Hell yeah, dude. The event starts at 10 a.m., goes until like 11 p.m. Friday, live debates, hoping to have you debate someone IRL in the studio. Yeah, I'll DM you. I'm off tomorrow. I'll DM you and like figure out what I need to do or sign up for or whatever. If that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously you might not get back to me. What in the fuck is happening on Twitter? Oh my God. That's cool. The place looks fancy. The place looks like I'm too poor to go there. This is what it looks like, to be honest with you. The place looks like it's made for better people than I. Like, you know what I mean? Like that place, like that. I'm looking at the photos and it's like, this isn't for the pores. Yeah, I'll figure it out. My brain can't think of two things like that at the same time, or I'll just like, I'll get dumb, right? Like I'm trying to pay attention to chat, but like my brain will start thinking of a million possibilities of the future of what I'm going to do there, or what I might think or say, or, you know, like travel plans. Like I'm too ADHD to doing that on stream at the same time. I have to go to dinner with the wife, so have a good show. Yeah, hell yeah, Grid. don't tell her I said hi, but in your mind, think about me saying, tell her I said hi because I'm a cool person like that. But don't actually tell her that because you need to keep that part of your life separate. All right. But think of me in the back of your mind, in the recesses of your subconscious. Just know that I support you going to dinner, and I support her going to dinner with you too. And there's a little voice back there that's going, hello. All right. Just think about that. All right, boys. So I'm going to talk to Ryan in about an hour and 15 minutes. I think he was one of the people that was recently on with Kano Boy's Crash Out, where he just went full blown commie. and he has like a small YouTube channel. It's in the description. It's like only a couple of videos. I'm guessing he's like kind of practicing or something so he can start making content in the future or whatever. I don't know. But he's like a natural law guy, but I see him talk about the Constitution and legal theory a lot. So I wonder if he's like a hardcore classical liberal or something. We'll figure it out. You know what I mean? I didn't do like a ton of research on him because he approached me with a topic and I was like, oh, that's a fun topic. And so that's what we're doing tonight at around 9 p.m. Eastern. But until then, we're still going to fuck around some and we're going to look at some random shit. And yeah, we're gonna get into it. Here we go. I thought you wanted us to share the word and not gatekeep the community. What are you talking about? What happened? I'm confused. Share the word. Do not gatekeep the community. I don't know what you mean. Dude, this music is like it's on the chill EDM, but this feels far more like a fucking like vaporwave kind of feel to it. I'm kind of getting why some of you Zoomers, especially you libertarian Zoomers, like this shit as background music in videos. Bring in all the communists just into one specific chamber. And they're gonna be like, why are the doors wooden? I don't understand. Oh, you don't hear music because I accidentally had it muted. I've just been listening to the music myself this entire time. Yo. Oh, fuck. No. No. What happened? I was just on screen vibing out to nothing. Oh, telling Grid not to tell his wife you said hello? Oh, no, I was just making a joke up. That's what I used to tell my parents when I was a kid and I was lying. And I get caught in a lie. My excuse was I was just making a joke up. And that's cute and funny. It's not cute and funny when streamers and like political pundits do it like they do all the time. But yeah, you guys ready for some black pill shit? I've brought the vibe up. Are you ready to bring the vibe down? Because I have some black pills. Are you guys prepared for this? I'm about to shift the entire emotional state of the stream for 60 seconds. Because I saw this and was like, and I present one piece of evidence. One piece of evidence. That's it. I'm going to show you one video and it's 34 seconds long. And there's not really any words to the video. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is irrefutable proof that fascism is coming to America. Without a doubt, I saw this video and said, yep, fascism's here. It's happening. Anybody that doubts it is literally just stupid and can't see the writing on the walls. There's absolutely no fucking way a society can have this and not have a whole bunch of, like, we're getting fascism. Here you go, boys. You sure you're black pilled to capacity? Oh, what is this? This is a severely mentally handicapped person with a bunch of LGBT pride and trans stickers after they got gender reassignment surgery and a double mastectomy to become. I saw this and I was just like, this right here. Normal dudes will see this and be like, yeah, we need Hitler back. I don't want it. I don't want fascism, but that's it. It's here. It can't be real. No, this is dead ass real. It's 100% real. Fully real. You have no power here. Gandalf. I gotta figure out how to. That's why I'm wearing the white shirt today, boys. I do have the power here to blackpill you further. All right, so Saint Misfit. How do you square your evictionist stance with the gentleness principle? So there's no need to square it. The two are completely commiserate, right? Because the gentleness principle requires using the minimum necessary force to evict someone from your property, and that's what evictionism is. So there's no contradiction there. And your debate with Andrew Wilson, where you advocated using the minimum force necessary. So in that debate, you'd have to watch my stream from that day, which I don't even know if it's still up, because I think it might have been a Twitch stream. I had like a 4-hour conversation after that with Casimir. That was like an impromptu debate, and I changed my opinion on that. I just did. Like what minimum force necessary kind of thing is obviously you're bringing up a debate from like a year and a half ago or something, but I totally changed my opinion on that, in so far as like being able to there is a definition of what is reasonable, but once someone has gone into the point of like having a firearm and firing a firearm, I would say that you're probably justified in almost any form of violence to kill and stop the threat. So I just changed my opinion on that, and it was part of it was probably Andrew, to be fair, because that debate was impromptu and it got me thinking about it more. Because I like to think through speaking, which is a bad way to do a debate. Right? You should probably it's not a good idea to just wing a debate. I try not to wing debates because I think through speaking. So I really need to research before I go into things. But yeah. So I don't need to square that because I changed my opinion on that like a year and a half ago. I mean, I started this channel, Saint Misfit, as like a minarchist. I wasn't even an ANCAP. Now I'm a fucking anarcho-objectivist. Like it's been 3 years. I've gone from like a very, very limited government libertarian to a more right-wing, more philosophically grounded anarchist. What's stopping you from being a departurist? I'm departurist in like spirit. Like I think evictionism is morally wrong, but evictionism is not about. When did you become a minarchist? What? I was a minarchist I don't know, probably when I was in the army, up until 6 months into streaming or so. Right, but I was a very, very that was when I first started, and I was streaming with Mark. He was the ANCAP, I was the minarchist. Then I read Chaos Theory by Robert Murphy, and that was the last kind of straw that broke the camel's back. I was like, no, this is possible. But anyways, in spirit, I'm a departurist. I think evictionism is evil to a certain degree. And what I would, but it's not about what I think is morally right or wrong. It's about what can I justify using violence or the state, or well, not the state, but using violence to stop. And so evictionism is just correct, as far as I can tell. But in terms of morality, I would create morality clauses in apartment building contracts to say that you're not allowed to evict children. I would do it in businesses. I would do it for representing people in insurance. I would create a society that you're not going to want to live here if you are an evictionist. you're only going to want to live here if you bring your children to full term. And I would severely stress marriage contracts that state that if you get married, in the event that you get married, you need to carry the baby to full term. And if you don't, we're getting divorced and you're going to owe me like, whatever amount of financial compensation you put in it to try and dissuade that behavior. And that you'd be like banished from the church and the community. So that like that happens only on like very rare occasions, such as like, danger to the mother, things like that, like those actual exceptions that we kind of all agree to. So that's my position. So like I'm close to a departurist. I just think evictionism is the correct position. I answered that long super chat and I am not seeing anything from you. So I hope that answered your question well enough. But yeah, back to the video. Fascism is here, boys, and it's rough. Wouldn't being pro-life be protecting rights of baby versus allowing a parent to evict, which would end its life? Yeah. But the baby doesn't have a right to the womb. I mean, that's what the departurist believes, because they say that like you can have an unspoken contract that it is illegal for you to break. I don't think that squares with libertarian legal theory at all. It just sounds like some shit they made up to feel better about the fact that evictionism is very clearly morally wrong. But that just doesn't mean that that's not the same thing as legally unjustifiable. So yeah, like evictionism is the protection of the baby's rights, because it's saying you're not allowed to dismember the baby. You have to bring out the baby peacefully. And you have to put the baby in like an incubator or something that like, to try and maintain it, put it somewhere that is safe, to try and maintain its life. And you have to allow, whomever is around, whether that be the father or somebody else that wants it, to then claim guardianship over that baby, because you lose your rights to that baby because you're abandoning it. Right? Like you no longer have rights to that child, because you're abandoning the child. Right? So evictionism is protecting the rights of the baby, but it is also protecting the rights of the woman to do with her body as she pleases. Whereas pro-life is a violation of the woman's rights, because it says that she no longer has a choice what to do with her body for 9 months. Now the left twists this into saying that the baby is her body. No, it's fucking not. It's another human's body. You don't have a right to do with that body as you wish, but you do have a right to remove that body from your property, which is your belly. This is especially important in late-term abortions, because it's like you getting late-term abortions, it's like, just take the baby out. The baby will live on its own. Someone else wants that baby. Let them have that baby. You don't get to murder that baby just because of your medical issue or whatever. Even if it's bonded, doesn't it mean that you still have a right to kill it? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by bonded. And I don't know how you could ever have a right to kill someone unless, they killed a loved one of yours and like you're seeking restitution and retribution for that murder. It's about that would be the only time you have a right to kill someone. Or, I mean, I guess if they asked you for euthanasia or some shit. I'm very glad that super chat came in right when I was showing that dark video. So it allowed us to kind of forget it. And it didn't bring the vibe of the stream down, because it turned into an abortion stream, which weirdly enough, an abortion discussion was way less dark than what I was showing you guys. But it's deleted. It's no longer in the Discord channel that I save all of my videos to show on stream. It is gone. It has disappeared. It's defunct. It has been evicted from the channel, boys. All right. So I just want to point this out. I don't know that this is like politically relevant or anything. I just thought that this was fucking hilarious. Apparently in Japan, Curtis Yarvin did an interview, a TV segment on Japanese television. And when Curtis Yarvin did his segment, he just aura farmed the entire time, and it's fucking hilarious to watch. Curtis Yarvin, for some of you, Mencius Moldbug for the older people, right? The intellectual dark web kind of guy. He wrote a lot about monarchism, and is like a big part of like the online right in like the millennial spaces and Gamergate and shit, the precursor to Gamergate in certain ways. He's not as popular as much as he is now, but he just aura farmed on like the OG. Look at these two videos.
課題は最も効率的な形を取れるかどうかです。ルールや手続きの上に構築されたシステムよりも、それらを最小限にした方が重要。
Okay, that's one. The other one is way better. Hold on, watch this shit. It's fucking it's like watching. They turned fucking Mencius Moldbug into, or Curtis Yarvin into, a fucking like anime character. Watch this shit.
シリコンバレー出身の思想家カーティス・ヤービン
Sunglasses. Camera zoom over as he's
大
walking.
統領の友人
Wait for it.
テックライトの教祖ともされる人物だ。
Glasses off slowly into the camera.
現代の民主主義を否定している。
This is so fucking funny to me.
When we talk about
戦後の西側世界で民主主義と呼ばれるものについて語るとき、私たちが意味するものは何か。それは能力主義とも呼ばれていますが。
Okay, that's pretty much it. But dude, that shit, the fucking spinning the dreidel as the camera slowly fades out and then focuses in, and him walking in all fucking Jewy, and then fucking dark glasses. And let me pull these off, close them on up and put them in my pocket. It was so over the top. I was like, dude, I fucking love Japan. I don't know. I just thought that was fucking hilarious. I thought that'd bring the mood back up after the last video, but it got shifted with a super chat about abortion and departurism. Does Yarvin actually think he's worth this kind of promo? I've seen Yarvin, and he's a bit of a little egotistical fucker, despite the fact that he hasn't done anything good in quite a while. Nevertheless, the neo-reactionary right, as we say, as Vespers was saying, yeah, they kind of owe a lot to him. In reference to your older videos, I still think the debate where Destiny, some lady, random other, and you had a well-structured debate was one of the best debates I've seen you in. I think that was like one of the first ones that Not So Erudite hosted. And that was like when she first started like really connecting with Destiny, more than, that was before they did like the Bridges podcast or whatever, right? So like she was a nobody, and then she did like these videos on Twitch that did like, got some decent views. So she was a nobody, and then she immediately goes on a Destiny stream because she's the new hot young thing that he wants to fuck. And then he boosts her, and then she does these videos about like psychotherapy and all her experience, but she has like a bachelor's degree and like did some psychotherapy as like not even a counselor, just as like a substance abuse counselor or something like that. I don't remember, because it's all Canadian shit, so I don't really know much about it. And so she's kind of always been big. She never had to like grow an audience at all, because like she was one of the people that Destiny just brought up. But then they kind of talked every now and then. Oh, tobacco cessation. That's what it was. Yeah. And then Destiny would like go on her stream from time to time when her numbers got low and boost her back up. And then she like did a panel thing where she was going to do like debates. And I think I really pissed Destiny off there. and I don't know, like, and so then I never did anything with Destiny again for like a long time. And then Kick or Keep came back up. And Quandros brought me on and was like, dude, this dude's awesome. I have to bring him back on. And like, and he even told me like more than once on a couple of those kicker keeps, you know, like I think that he thought I won. And then the whole Israel Palestine thing, fucking like they stopped working together. And then like, yeah. And then I debated Destiny like one more time on like the Asmongold shit, which was just a exercise in futility and stupidity. Destiny's kind of just fallen off in his ability to debate though. Like he used to be a lot better. Now he's just like, he just farms like weaponized stupidity where he just pretends to not understand any of your arguments and pretends like what you're saying is crazy. Gets you to re-explain the thing like 5 or 6 times. And then on your 6th time, you either say something wrong or say something that doesn't make sense or contradicts because you're trying to dumb down the argument to him for the 6th time. And he's just waiting for you to make that mistake so that he can then focus and harp on that and just yell about that over and over again. And now he doesn't have to like work or anything. It's like, it's a shit show. He's a master at changing the flow of a conversation. Yeah, but he used to have like a little bit more respect for the game of like, at least the game of pretending like we're having a debate and getting to the truth and what now. And now it's just kind of all just like farming sound bites and trying to like farm W's without ever being honest about a single fucking thing. And it's just like, I don't know. He's really fallen off in that regard. I mean, he still has his popularity. He still has his clout. So, I mean, it's working for him. It's just, as much as I wasn't interested in his content before, it's far worse. He did put it together enough to take Econo Boy to task on Wick. He has the ability to fuck up somebody. It's just when he's losing an argument or when he's out of his depth, you know, he's not going to do anything that allows him to like catch an L because he's more interested in presenting himself as a debate god than to a dumb audience than he is of like having a back and forth and learning and growing and like actually being able to prove through the merits of his argumentation his argument, right? So it's just like he doesn't give a fuck about that. I do appreciate his January 6th research though. I mean, yeah, you like leftists, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't surprise me that like you have some appreciation for DGG. Doesn't surprise me. I've struck a nerve, but yeah. I mean, you can appreciate his January 6th research, sure, but I mean, Rob Noor has dog walked him several times, and he did the same thing with Rob Noor, right? Pretend to not understand what's going on, act incredulous, have an 8-hour debate, and then Rob Noor fucked up and showed him a question that he asked to, you know, was it like it wasn't Grok, it was one of those AI ones. I just can't remember. It's not Grok or ChatGPT. It was like, it's called like Chase or some shit, whatever it was. And show that, and then that became the entire conversation. The entire thing was, you know, but what's even funnier is that he had like accepted those things. He just later finds out that he got that answer through AI, and therefore, you know, he was actually just debating against a guy that was searching on AI all day. You know what I mean? It's just, that's kind of his game. He's not interested in like educating his audience. He's interested in entertaining. He's an entertainer. It makes sense and it works. It's just not for me anymore. But yeah, so that debate was kind of like when Destiny was more interested in doing real debates. Are there any lefties you like? TJ Kirk? Is TJ Kirk the amazing atheist? Is that who TJ Kirk is? I don't remember who TJ Kirk is. You think I like the fucking loser that screams at people over and over again and has dumb fucking low IQ base atheist arguments and also is a sick and twisted degenerate that likes to show off his micro penis? Like, nah, I'm good. Haven't looked into him in a while, but apparently now he's a commie now. Like, yeah, like I'm good, dude. Like, I'm fine. You haven't heard that? Look it up. And just be careful that you don't look it up on Google Images. If you don't think ContraPoints is the most entertaining creator on YouTube, you're out of your mind. I don't think she's the most entertaining creator on YouTube, but I do specifically recommend people watch ContraPoints. I love her content. Like, I love her content as for her content, right? Like, I watch like David Pakman's show occasionally, just like catch up what like the brainwashed CNN folk believe. But like, I don't like his content. I don't like him. I do like ContraPoints though. She was good. I mean, she keeps going more and more right wing, but like, I just don't have an interest in her content. It's just not my vibe. It's not my thing. All right, you ready for another black pill, boys? So here's another black pill, boys. So this is, the initial video is not actually the black pill, okay? The black pill is going to be the community notes. All right, so this is in the Belgian city of Antwerp. A Muslim woman went out in the hot weather with her shoulders and arms uncovered. A group of Muslim brothers passing by surrounded and brutally beat her. Okay? So, we're going to watch the video. I want you to formulate your opinion based off this video, and then we're going to look at the actually this is misinformation little post, from community notes. I feel like I'm going to get copyright striked for whatever music is in this fucking TikTok. Also, this music is like celebrating what happened. You know what I mean? Like, all right, so this is in Belgium, boys. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The community notes. Antwerp police responded to the viral video. Let me see if I can zoom in. Not an attack on a Muslim woman, but an arrest after shoplifting. What you just witnessed, boys, according to the Belgian police, after they watched a woman be beaten by dudes rolling up on a scooter and kicking her out, and like, what is this music? It's some fucking... I don't know. It sounds like it's like, look at these guys going hard, getting rid of this fucking woman. Somebody else might have added it later though. Okay. But they responded to a video that is an obvious assault by multiple men on this woman, rolling up, trying to steal her shit, trying to harass her. And then one dude rolls up on a scooter in civvy clothes and kicks her feet out from under her so she falls on the ground. And then the other one comes and kicks her in the head while she's laying on the ground. Not an attack on a Muslim woman, but an arrest after shoplifting. Now, I clicked the article. The article is, like there's I'm not doing it again. I've already read the article. I'm not going through it again. So that's the real black pill. The black pill is not that you invited Muslims into your country en masse, and now those Muslims are, enforcing their fucking purity laws by beating up women who have on a niqab but have their shoulders exposed for being whores. But the real fucking black pill here is that community notes and Belgian police are responding, being like, oh, no, nothing to see here. These young Muslim men didn't do anything. We don't want to see hate speech online. You better cut it out or we'll come and arrest you. These good Samaritans were actually stopping a shoplifting. I don't buy the shoplifting story at all. And even if I did, I don't buy the fact that that's why they beat up this woman and rolled up in civvies, like, or these undercover cops. How do these dudes know that this is Target security that's just wearing regular ass clothes and riding around on bird scooters, ready to kick the shit out of a random woman on the street? Like, that is the most contrived bullshit that they came up with, because they're absolutely terrified of anyone in their country saying anything negative about Islam. Well, luckily, boys, I'm not in Europe, so fuck Islam. Islam is, the Quran is hate speech. So if you have hate speech laws, then you need to make sure that the Quran is banned. Be consistent. You're going to have hate speech laws? Cool. Then the Quran should be banned in your country. Every Quran should be, I don't know, let's do like a buyback program where we all bring in our Qurans and we'll pay you money for your Quran, right? And then we'll burn it in front of you. That would be the appropriate response. We have hate speech laws, right? Oh, they just don't apply to whatever group is currently politically convenient for corporations that need labor after they destroyed the birth rate with all of their socialism. So they brought in a whole bunch of people to destabilize society and make sure that people hate each other based off of their, based off of religious differences, and they have fights and, crime in the streets so that they can maintain more imposed order and control and fascism on their own population so that they never actually rise up against the socialism and the corporatocracy that's ruling over them in their daily life. So that's what hate speech is really about, and we all fucking know it. I'll print Qurans then? Yeah, I mean, like, that's how that always works, right? Like, it's the same thing when people started breeding snakes because the government was paying people to get rid of snakes. I should do a re-immigration debate. I mean, if there's somebody that wants to have that debate. You don't understand, the police are trying to encourage the populace to riot, obviously. Yeah, right? Certain Nordic countries are considering subsidizing their return back home. It's not all of Europe that's considering it, but I mean, the rest of Europe might if it works for them. Problem is he would probably just get rid of the good ones. Because the type of people that left when it was more war-torn and now the country's a little bit more stable than it used to be, and it'll take a big check to go back home and then start a business there, are probably the hardworking ones. The ones that won't take that money are the ones that are already just welfare leeches. They're like, why would I stop a good thing? I don't want to go back and start a business in my home country. I want to go here and leech off of the government. So you're literally just going to target the ones that are actually hardworking and actually ambitious in some degree, that were actually from a fucked up place, and now that it's stable, they're willing to go back. Those are the only ones you're going to end up sending back. It's just going to make the problem worse. Imagine if we brought in imagine if we did that and we paid people to go back to Mexico and other places, were from war-torn regions after they stabilized a couple years later. We would get rid of all the hardworking people. I saw a video of the people who were paid to leave and went to another EU country. Oh, that's fucking funny. I didn't even consider that. I thought they were actually going back. That's even crazier. Just taking money to go hop on to another EU country. They thought about doing it with the slaves. That's how England ended slavery. I mean, that's not how they ended slavery. They didn't end slavery purely with re-immigration. But I mean, we did have Liberia. We did have things like that. Yeah, I mean, it was one of many things, but that's not how. Sure, it's not univariate though. Yeah, I mean, I believe we did programs like that in was it Maryland? Might have done program. One of the northern states ended slavery the same way in America as well. I just can't remember which one it was. I want to say it's Maryland, but it might be a different state. We should have a Liberia for the Muslims. They already have a bunch of countries. Unnecessary. Speaking of immigration, I saw this and I was like, I'm gonna react to this on stream. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Let me DM this guy real quick. Let me I just realized that I never sent Ryan the Discord. Europe won't tolerate another year of this bullshit. Yes, they fucking will. No, listen, this is how black-pilled I am on it. This is what I put. I tweeted this out today. Actually, I tweeted this out like a couple hours ago, maybe. I genuinely believe this shit too, by the way. Where is it? Damn, how much did I tweet today? Oh, here we go. All right, I saw this today and I tweeted this out. There you go. Give me 1 second. Right? So there's this video, right? I saw this video.
If you're Muslim, don't come to Essex. How can I be walking down in a thobe and I get the dirtiest look ever? I literally just went to get a drink from the shops and some lady walks past me and you can guess the skin color. She just gives me a dirty look. Can't wear thobes. I don't know why.
You can guess the skin color too. This fucking white lady looked at me strange.
Genuinely can't walk in a thobe, man. That's the thing. Without getting any stares, people just look at you and they'll look at you funny like, what are you wearing? Which is understandable, but come on now, we're in the 21st century, we're in 2025. How do you not know about this yet? If you're Muslim,
don't come to Essex, boys, because I decided to wear some shit that isn't a part of the culture of Essex, and then a white lady looked at me strange for a second. And so it ruined my whole day, and I need to be a victim, and I need to bully, and I need more protection from the government, and I need more, gimme, more. He's just angry that a white woman looked at him slightly strange when he's wearing an outfit that isn't normal in Western society. That's it. And he hates her for being white and being like, oh. And so I responded with what I believe is the most correct response to this. When the British start fleeing to America to escape the hell they created, treat them far worse than they treated Muslim immigrants. Remind them that they came to America to escape their homeland they destroyed with their votes. We need to be racist to all British people. I stand by this is not a joke. I'm not memeing. This is 100% serious. I mean this from the bottom of my heart, that if I hear a British accent from a person that is coming to America and is trying to live and stay in America, that I am going to immediately treat you just like a Californian that is coming to Texas, but worse. I'm going to say, oh, you left your shithole country that you guys decided to burn? No. Fuck this not all right? I've already addressed this not all. Where did I address it? Someone said, what if they didn't vote for it? You know, and I've already responded to this. Be racist to them. Just like the Californians moving to Texas, you constantly remind them where they came from and not to make our country the same. I'm not telling you to aggress against them. I am telling you to shame them. At best, they stood by and watched their homeland burn. That will be the best of them. Fuck all British people. Fuck them all. I'm sorry, you're British, you have that accent, you're part of the problem. I don't care if you're one of the good ones. I don't care if you're fucking Tommy Robinson, all right? I'm treating you all like this until the grooming gangs stop. That's it. I'm treating everybody like that. And here's the thing. Even if you don't deserve it, even if you did nothing wrong, even if you're Tommy Robinson, you did everything right, this is a necessary social element of shame to keep another group from coming to our country and voting for the shit that destroyed the country they're coming from. I will stand by being racist against British people, even if they are quote unquote one of the good ones. You should treat them like shit. Even the good ones deserve it. Dang, the British should hate us then for school shootings, LOL. Brother, if we were all moving to England to escape the school shootings and then we were screaming about our gun rights, they'd have a fucking argument. But we're not all moving to fucking England because it's even more expensive to live in England than it is here, and because they can't stop raping all their white teenagers and then brushing it under the rug, and they have hate speech laws, and they don't have gun rights. They can come over here and hate us, and especially if they come over here and talk about our school shootings, go, hey, you fucking dumb fuck. You're right. We do have school shootings. There are like 40 kids a year that die out of a population of 350 million people because we have guns. But you know what having guns gets us? It doesn't get us fucking Muslim rape gangs walking down the street with machetes where you have to wear chainmail on your day to work and be afraid that if you try and stop them from doing anything, that you'll be the one going into jail. I'll take the school shootings over that shit any fucking day of the week. Tuesday? Yep, I'll take it. Wednesday? Yep, I'll take it. Sunday, on the day of our Lord, I'll take it then too. Fuck that. What if we all move to England and vote in free speech law? It's not going to happen. Peacecraft. Why is it not playing? The text to chat's not playing for some reason. I'll read it for you, Peacecraft. I don't know why it's not playing, but I'll read it for you. Peacecraft, man, it's almost like importing mass third worlders with IQs of about 70 is a shitty idea. The average IQ of, what is the average IQ? I don't think the average IQ is 70. I think it's probably closer to like 80. I know it's gotten worse in the Pakistani population in the UK because they have such a bad problem with inbreeding, because all the Pakistanis can't stop fucking and marrying their cousins. But what is the average IQ of a UK immigrant? Well, hold on. If I do that, it's gonna fucking count all the Frenchies and Polish people that like come over for like a job for 6 months. What is the average? Or I guess median IQ of immigrants from the Middle East and Africa in the UK. I'm just curious what Grok spits out, because I'm guessing it's closer to like 80, 85. Hold on, what's it saying? Most shows in oh my god, stop being gay about IQ shit. Yeah, Iran 80, Kenya 75, Nigeria 68. Yeah, we get it, but these are controversial. I don't care that they're controversial. Other ones show 88. Whatever fucking study is showing that Kenya has an average IQ of 92 is fucking wild. We have census data. It won't spit it out. I don't think, I think 70 is lowballing it, but like you're not wrong in principle. But I do think 70 is a lowball. I think it's probably, like if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably somewhere between 80, 85. Because you get a lot of North Africans, and North Africans don't have that same IQ problem that Sub-Saharan Africans have. And like most of the immigrants are going to be Middle Eastern or North African. They're not going to be Sub-Saharan African, right? And like if it was a large chunk of Sub-Saharan, like if it was like almost all Sub-Saharan African and like Somalia, I'd be like, yeah, 70 sounds about right. But like with like having a bunch of people from the Middle East, especially in Syria, like what's the average Syrian IQ? I mean, most of them are Pakistan, and Pakistan has the inbreeding and lower IQ problem. What is the average IQ in Syria? What? The average IQ in Syria is 104.7? No way. I figured it'd be higher. I didn't think it'd be that high. Interesting. You know, it fucking makes sense. It fucking makes sense that Syrian refugees are the ones that got a big blame when we had the mass immigration wave, but it was always the fucking Pakistanis that were a goddamn problem, and the Africans that were a problem. Apparently the Syrian refugees are all fucking above 100 IQ. That's fucking wild. Why is Syria higher than US and Ireland? Go look at a map. Where's Syria, buddy? These are like fucking, these are Middle Eastern, but they're also like mixed with steppe people and like Russians and Eastern Europeans and shit. Websites will give you wildly different stats. Yeah, dude, I'm not doing a fucking IQ research stream. I just Googled some shit. And I'm saying it makes sense based off of a Google thing. That's funny. I'm not taking it as the word of God. I have, like, stop, dude. Anybody here that's dumb enough to think that I'm actually, like, just, like, immediately trusting the first source on Google is, like, needs, like, I don't know. They're probably just new to the stream, and that's what they're used to other streamers doing. Never mind. All right. So I saw this and I was like, dude, this has got to be hilarious. Hold on, let me check my message. Oh no, we're good. Whoopsie. No, I've just Googled this so many times. Hello, nothing against you. I've seen the results change a lot since 2018. Yeah, there's a lot of desire to read. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of research is just becoming fake. Like there's a lot of new research on important issues that is just horribly done to achieve the results that all of academia wants it to say. I would want to know how it was measured and the percentage of the population that was measured. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would like to know the methodology of the study as well. You know what I mean? It's just like, wow, fuck. What did he say? Oh, okay. He just thumbs up it. Okay. I think Ryan's on like a Wick panel or something right now. But anyways, I saw this and apparently iDubbbz has gotten worse. I haven't looked at iDubbbz in so long. I don't really follow like the whole Ethan Klein fucking like crash out friendship thing. I never gave a fuck about creator clash type shit. I just never did. But like I do remember iDubbbz back in the day when he was kind of like with Ethan Klein making fun of SJWs and, you know, making fun of like idiots on the internet that had too much ego and things like that. And he's a full breadtube midwit now. Yeah. But like apparently I don't know. I want to hear it. But apparently he gets really fucking mad about people just noticing like great replacement theory and shit. And it's all just like basic 2016 SJW arguments that he himself has already debunked 10 years ago and already called out as being stupid. And like, I really just kind of want to check it out because I'm hoping it'll be as funny. I don't know though, because I haven't actually watched the video because I try and save my reaction for the stream.
In Somalia and many more countries in the Middle East, so already trying to like generalize the Middle East, 48.7.
Already trying to generalize the Middle East, yes. Dude, I don't know why your alerts are not coming through. Oh, I changed the alert box. I think I have to fix the donation thing on the alert box. Also, the alert box is like hidden behind. Put this up here. But yeah, I think I changed the template for the alert box, and so I think it's not doing text to speech for something. This chat has had too much to think. iDubbbz is right. Diversity is our strength. Repeat it 50 times while you listen to arms across the world. Diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
7% are in Somalia and many more countries in the Middle East. So already trying to like generalize the Middle East, 48.7% are cousin marriages. Is this a way of life you would like to import into a Western country? This is insane.
So hold on. So he's just going to deny that this is true.
This is an insane thing, because what they're not including is that this is a country is in horrible conditions.
Oh, hold on. Oh, no. So he's oh, fuck, dude. This is hilarious. So he's just going to try and be like context, boy, context. He's reacting to Reddit. What the hell? Well, I think he's got some Reddit on the screen, but like what's he's reacting to down here is an which I'm assuming is either like Twitter or Blue Sky or something that has a similar UI to what's got a thumbs up and a thumbs down. So it must be a YouTube comment. Yeah, no, it's literally just going to be a material conditions argument. You know why the material conditions argument falls apart is because the cousin marriages are up in the UK. The cousin marriages are higher in the UK amongst the Pakistani population than they are in their home country because they refuse to marry with British people. So their community is more insular, and so they just engage in more incest. I mean, like, yes, you could argue that the material conditions made them do that more, but it's not a lack of wealth, and it's not a lack of options. It's the community demanding that they only fuck their own people, and that because because Muhammad fucked cousins and married cousins, then it must be good. You cannot say incest is wrong, because if you say incest is wrong, then you're fucked, and the reason you're fucked is because Muhammad did that. So that would be proof that Muhammad did something evil or did something wrong. It's the same reason that the fucking age of consent is such a problem with Islamic communities, because Aisha was 9 years old, and depending upon the accounts, somewhere between 11 and 12 years old when he consummated the marriage. Okay, so he married and groomed a 9-year-old girl, and then he molested, or he graped, he essayed, whatever fucking YouTube safe words you want to use, an 11 or 12-year-old girl. So everyone from that region can't just say, yeah, that's wrong, because that would be a form of apostasy, something punishable by death. That would be an abandonment of Islam. And that would be blasphemy. So you just have to go, oh, yep, yeah, it's totally cool to marry 9-year-old girls. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with marrying 9-year-old girls. There's nothing wrong with marrying and breeding with your cousins. So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing per se intrinsically wrong with a Somalian. It's just that most of the people in Somalia are Muslims, and most of them are low IQ. So most of them are going to be a problem, right? Like, got no problem with the diamond in the rough Somalian that's ready to fucking leave. Like, I have no problem with the Ayaan Hirsi Ali's of the world, regardless of like some of her politics not matching, right? Like, there are diamonds in the rough. There are definitely people that are born there, that are born in a fucked up place, that want to escape to, Europe or somewhere else so that they can, live in a more civilized society, and they're willing to be a part of that civilized society. But yeah, most of them are going to be a serious problem. So if you bring a bunch of them in, you're going to have serious problems. That's just reality, and that's not racist. What breeds racism actually is iDubbbz. iDubbbz this is the type of person that creates Nazis, because this is the type of person that makes it verboten to just describe reality. And the only people that are willing to describe reality, that aren't afraid of losing their jobs, aren't afraid of being socially ostracized, aren't afraid of being called a Nazi, are Nazis. And then there are people sitting in the in-between, ripe for learning about politics, learning new things, because they see their communities falling apart, and they're looking for a solution to this breakdown of their culture and society and the world that they used to know. And they hear somebody like this say, how dare you recognize reality? Reality is evil. just keep repeating the mantra, just shut up and eat the bugs and stay in your pod and don't worry about the fact that like you can't afford anything. Don't say anything about all of the crime that's going on. Don't, just keep your head down on the subway, okay? Those people are fucking better than you. And then the Nazis go, those people aren't better than you. We're better than them. And you know all those things about reality that everyone else is afraid to say? We're not afraid to say it because it's the truth. And then their bullshit ideology gets snuck in with the truths that only they will say. So no, you want to understand why fascism is occurring. It's because of cucks like this. This guy this is what creates fascism, not fascists. We've had fascists in this country for 100 years. And they used to put a little pickup signs on the side of the road, and everybody used to look at them and go, look at those idiots. Fucking white supremacists. What a dumbass. And we would just walk right by them, and we gave them permits, and they'd stand on the side. Same thing with Westboro Baptist Church. We'd go, oh my God, can't believe you protested a person's funeral. What a piece of shit. And everybody was just like, these people are pieces of shit. Love is love. Let people love. That guy was a soldier. He died for our country. Who cares about gay people getting married? Now all of a sudden we got a whole people being like, we got to do something about the Sodomites and the Jews. It's because of you people right here.
Is that this is a country is in horrible conditions in every regard. Honestly, I'm not.
You should say fucking DARE programs, but for immigrants.
I'm not going to question the statistics.
Love is not love. That's a NAMBLA thing. I mean, yeah, but guess who is on the NAMBLA's website? Gail S. Rubin, the founder of queer theory, who wrote Thinking Sex. She's heavily quoted on the NAMBLA because she argued deeply that there was nothing wrong with pedophilic relationships between young boys and grown men. That's where your queer theory all begins, buddy boy. So it might be a NAMBLA thing, but let's be honest, it's a fucking gay thing too. The roots are tied together. The philosophy is tied together. Obviously not like log cabin Republicans, but you get what I mean.
The statistic might be wrong, or it might be right, but I'm not interested in fucking discovering that.
It might be right, but I have no interest. Literally, he's just saying, bury your head in the sand. I don't want to know, because knowing is evil.
Because it doesn't change the argument. Because it's the same as all the other pink-washing nonsense, where they're like, did you know? They're not very friendly to gay people in this country. And then they name a country that's experiencing the utmost poverty and the utmost crime and lack of health care and lack of all of your needs being fulfilled. So it's like...
That is wild that somebody edited in pictures just debunking him. That was a wild edit. Nah, Gaza now is pretty fucked. I mean, like, Gaza before October 7th was, you could say there was certainly flourishing parts of it, despite the fact that Hamas had fucked over people in a lot of ways. But again, blaming the poverty only works when we haven't already run the experiment for 20 years of moving these people into places where they are no longer experiencing extreme economic pressures and poverty. Like, that would be this is what I'm talking, like, this is old school SJW arguments from like 2015, right? Because in 2015, this might sound like a reasonable take, right? That these places have all this poverty and, and they're war-torn nations and yeah, they have fucked up things going on there. But in 2025, remember, it's the current year, right? But we've run the experiment. We know what happens when we bring these people over into Europe. And what we see is Malmo, Sweden becomes the grenade and acid attack capital of the world. We see rapes skyrocket, sexual assaults skyrocket. We see violent crimes skyrocket in certain areas. We've run the experiment. They don't fucking change, and they don't fucking change in 2 generations. So maybe they change in 3 or 4 generations, but Now, granted, that isn't to absolve culpability of the politicians and the police that are so fucking terrified of people like iDubbbz canceling them that they refuse to criminally prosecute these people. They refuse to assimilate these people. They refuse to do anything other than give them pamphlets saying, like, don't grape the white girls. That's not good. Meanwhile, fucking countries are doing things like having little middle school girls fucking run ad campaigns to try and get more Muslims to immigrate there. Like, let's be honest, their politicians are making it worse, but it's not the fucking material conditions, my guy. That's a bullshit argument that just simply cannot be made today. There's just way too much evidence. It's just a perfect leftist logic that poverty is the cause of a bad thing when it's really a bad thing that causes poverty.
Lack of health
110%.
and lack of all of your needs being fulfilled. So it's like,
there's going to be some causal factor between poverty, especially when we're talking about extreme poverty and crime. Okay, like let's just be honest, okay? Because there are good people that will grow up in extreme poverty and have lack of opportunities, and they're more likely to commit crime than if they grew up in a place that had more opportunities. Right? Like we like that is just true. You know what I mean? It's like alcoholism, right? Some people have the gene to be an alcoholic. Some people have addictive personalities, right? Some people have trauma that might make them more likely to become an alcoholic, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, but at the end of the day, you choose whether or not you drink alcohol or don't drink alcohol. And when you drink alcohol once, you go, "Ooh, that might be a problem for me. I'm not a good person on alcohol." Or you go, "This is my life now. This is fun. I'm going to party." Right? So it always does come down to a choice. But when we're looking at demographic statistics, right? Well, if you have a place with a bunch of alcohol, you're going to see more alcoholics. And if you have a place with limited alcohol, you're probably going to see limited alcoholics. Or a culture that embraces it and doesn't embrace it, right? So, I mean, there's going to be some, I don't want to say causal factor, but it is going to have some level of causality, poverty to crime. But you are also right that it's more so crime that causes poverty. And more importantly, I would say it is the culture that causes deviancy in youths that then causes crime that then causes poverty. Right? And it's like it is a culture that produces both crime and poverty, as opposed to the crime has a limited effect on poverty. The poverty has a limited effect on crime. And the truth is that they're both downstream of one thing, which is the culture. Is there enemy in the culture? Are there social norms? Are there parents around? Is the community close-knit and policing of each other? What are the values of the community? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's all parents not spanking their kids, am I right? Fucking no.
It's almost like a lack of health care and lack of all of your needs being fulfilled. So it's almost like a non-starter. It's like, why are you even talking about this shit? You're not...
Well, it is fair to ask the question, why are you asking these questions? Right? Like when I see someone and they immediately hop in, they're like, let's talk about race and IQ. It's like, why? Like it is a red flag for the motivations and the ideology of the person involved, but it is not a non-starter. It's just a warning sign that you might be talking to somebody that's obsessed with race and IQ, right? Like it might be talking to a fucking idiot.
Suddenly insert European country just because you become a citizen. Okay, so what they're describing is, I make a point that like some of the people in this Italian marketplace are Italian, and to judge the people in the marketplace because of the color of their skin and basically saying I'm more Italian than the people here living in Italy is a fucked up kind of racist thing to say.
That's not racist. That's so stupid. You are obviously more Italian if you're ethnically Italian. To say that a Somalian, a first-generation immigrant, is somehow just as Italian, or that their kids, because of the magic soil theory that like they got born on magic soil, therefore they're Italian, is is a non-thinking, is a thought destroying exercise, right? It's a Bayesian inference, right? Like there are many things that make one Italian, and being a multi-generational ethnic Italian is one of those things. One of them is being an Italian citizen. One of them is being born in Italy. One of them is adopting the culture, right? You might have an Italian kid that was raised by Somalians, right? He's ethnically Italian. He's born in Italy, but if he was adopted and raised by Somalians, he's going to have elements of his culture and his behavior and things like that that are going to be antithetical, or at the very least different from Italians. Okay, it's a Bayesian inference. And this idea that you're born on magic soil, therefore you are the thing, is nonsense. And I want to point this out as well. This is also true of Americans. You don't get to come over here from Mexico or from Argentina even, or from Somalia or from France, and then, marry another French person or another Somalian or another Mexican, and then immediately have a kid that's born here. Yes, that kid is an American citizen, but that kid isn't as American as people who have been living here for multiple generations and are completely assimilated into our culture. Like the Japanese figured this out. The Japanese, honestly, like I don't want to say that they're morally right for their laws and their regulations, because I disagree with them, right? Because it's imposed by the state. But predominantly is why I disagree with it. But if I go to Japan, I can become a Japanese citizen. So I can get temporary like residency, and I can even get permanent residency. Okay, I can marry a Japanese woman. I will never be a Japanese citizen until the day I die. Furthermore, if I have children with that Japanese woman, they are not considered full Japanese citizens. Okay, they have basically the same rights as Japanese citizens. They have basically they have the same tax structure, they have the same property laws, right? But if they try and write manga, it's not considered manga. It has to go by a different name because it's not written by a Japanese person. There are certain cultural institutions that will say, yeah, you can be a part of this, but you're not Japanese. Why? Part of it is because they're only half racially Japanese. But the other part is that their dad, in this instance, is a fucking American who came over here and taught them American values and taught them American beliefs and raised them like an American. And yeah, they went to school with Japanese kids and their mom was Japanese, so they adopted Japanese culture, but they're also different and they adopted different culture. It's not till that kid that can tell what parts of the American culture fit into this Japanese society and what parts of the Japanese culture are necessary and that contradict the American values and culture, and then they can figure that out, and then they can give that to their kids, that finally that next generation of kids that is 75% ethnically and racially Japanese can say they are Japanese, and the American has actually made them better Japanese because we've now had 2 generations to figure out what about my values that I brought here work well within Japanese society, and what are all the things that don't work well, and all of the things that don't work well, the second generation has weeded all those things out. And now you have a Japanese dad or a half Japanese dad that grew up in Japan that had to do all of that navigation, and you have a full Japanese mom whose family has always been Japanese, and then those kids essentially grow up 1/4 American, and they grow up knowing what values that their grandpa has that mesh well with the culture, and they're fully assimilated. It's like this magic soil bullshit is just that. It's just an arbitrary nonsense thing that completely destroys the concept of what the word Japanese means. So PewDiePie will never be Japanese. Not only will he never be Japanese, his children will never be Japanese. And though technically, if he has grandchildren there, they will be Happas if they're or Haifus if they're born to Japanese. But I think because the children, there might be a weird law or something. I'd have to look at it. I don't know how it works for like very young children that move to Japan and are raised in Japan, right? Like, because their children are probably a lot more Japanese than, let's say, if they had like immigrated there when they were like in their 20s, because they've mostly been raised in Japan, even though they're white kids.
Hey.
Yo, whoever edited this is hilarious. Like, look at all these Italians. Okay, you want me to bring up the topic of welfare randomly and watch this clip, but I have got somebody hopping in the Discord in like 9 minutes. That is the person I was scheduled to talk to today. So probably not. Maybe later or something.
Walk into a marketplace and declare that people aren't very Italian. He's not doing the work that is, none of these people are ethnically Italian in here. I don't see any of my, or how else do you want to phrase it? You want to say real? You know, because that's kind of a fucked up coded way of saying that. Real Italian.
Yeah, this is literally just him having feels. Like, oh, I feel a certain way. Yeah, all right, so I got it. Why is it not fucking... Oh my God, I will fix this by the next stream so that the people that do direct donations can get text-to-speech. It's not as bad. We have a house over there. Japanese, like white people, they will shit on blacks and Indians and Arabs. You won't be Yamato, but we can be citizens. The bullying of Happas has gone away unless they're half black. Yeah, I mean, I'll face a lot more because I have tattoos, right? But you're right. Like, your typical white person is pretty well respected in Japan. They even, you know what's a funny thing they have? They have specific jobs for white Americans in businesses, and they call them cowboys. Like, I don't remember what the Japanese name is for it, but they call them cowboys. And basically, your job as an American in these is to go to these executive function meetings and shit. And when people bring up a bad idea, it's your job to say that it's a bad idea. Because the Japanese have such a hard time telling their boss, especially, or like, you know, people that are like have seniority in the company that they have a hard time being like, hey man, that's kind of a dumb idea. Here's why this idea won't work. And so they bring in an American and they call them cowboys because the American doesn't have those hangups, and they'll be like, dude, what? That's never gonna work. Like, that's a cool idea for an app, but like the doctors want this done in a certain amount of clicks. And you're adding extra clicks. This is just going to waste time. This is never going to sell. And then all the people are like, oh, yes. Thank you, American cowboy, for saying the thing that we would never say. And then they're all kind of like shake their finger like, that rude American cowboy. But it's tongue in cheek because that person's hired to do that. And it's just like, and I just love the idea that like their culture is so respectful that they need to bring in Americans to be rude. But it's like a white American cowboy because they know that like, we're not being in there to like scream. We're not there to like fucking be rude in the way that we would consider rudeness, right? Like, we're not there to fucking like stand in traffic for no fucking reason. We're there to just be like, nah, that's not a good idea, chief. Dude, I would love that job. It's just get to tell executives, nah, not a good idea. And you're supposed to say things aren't a bad idea, even if they might be a good idea, and like back it up with like some argument, just to be like the voice of to play devil's advocate, essentially, so that there's always somebody in the room that's like shitting on the idea in some way, so they might be able to discover weaknesses, and they don't just like go to market with products that don't work.
Born population of London is about 60%.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna hop into the Discord and go do the fun thing. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna talk to Ryan here in just a second. I'm gonna take a quick little pre-pee break, and then hop in the Discord, and that should be fun. What is happening? Why is the music not playing? There we go. Let's do this. Oh, let me get rid of this text box. All right, boys, I'll be right back. Oh, hold on. Wrong screen. One last thing to fix before I pee. All right, I'll be right back. All right, boys, I'm back. Let's pull Ryan in here and we'll get this party started. Let me just add everybody. Hey, hello, can you hear me? Why would you do that? Oi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dipped out for a second. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, I see what I did. My bad.
Yeah, this room is hidden so that I can like stream and pull people in without other people like hopping in or like knowing what's going on unless they're on the stream.
Yeah. Got you.
You want to create a camera on, or do you not do cameras? I didn't check.
Well, when I turned on my camera, it booted me last time, so let's try it this time. Hey, look at that.
Yeah, I was like, I've never had problems with that, but all right, fair enough. Hold on, that is such a genius thing to do, is to have your like bio stuff on your camera in both ways. That way, no matter what stream you go on to, if it's mirrored, you're still good to go. I never thought of doing that.
Brother, I am trying. I am such a Luddite. It's like all the jokes about lawyers and technology are 100% accurate. Even getting the basics going is dramatic for me. But piece by piece, I'm starting to figure out how to do this tech. But
all
man,
right, awesome.
It's good to meet you. I don't know if you saw these, but in the last couple weeks, I had these conversations from which I needed a palate cleanser. I've
seen clips, but I haven't like gone through the content because like, I mean, shit, I'm doing political streaming. When I'm done doing my, quote unquote kind of job, or at least this part of my, this part of what I do for work. Right. And I'm relaxing. I don't want to fucking watch a Destiny stream. You know what I mean? Like it's like I already did that 20 hours this week. Like I don't want to fucking like, that's not like, I want to go watch Kill Tony or an anime or like listen to an audiobook or something. So like I'll watch clips or whatever. But if I'm not watching it on stream, I probably didn't watch the full thing, but I heard about some of it.
And totally fine, man. And it's funny too, because like obviously like Destiny's super combative. Those are going to be explosive conversations. I don't mind that. Like that actually doesn't bother me at all. The thing that kind of got to me is I had a really kind of chill stream with Wick where I was debating the shrimp welfare project. And there's these utilitarians, right? And they're fucking saying, if you got $1, it's good to donate to alleviate shrimp suffering. Now, this is not a hypo, right? I mean, these people actually have $1 and they're donating to that charity instead of a charity that like gives water to people in Africa or like, some other charity.
Yeah.
That helps.
Non-Fawn's like big thing is the shrimp welfare project, which is
I love Non-Fawn.
Most retarded charity I've ever heard of in my entire fucking life. there are charities that are a waste of money. What is happening to my, what the fuck? Sorry, my YouTube was doing something weird. There are charities that are a waste of money. This is like, I can't, like, you might as well just burn your money in your hand at that point.
Well, this is your brain on utilitarianism, right? Where you do some kind of weird math problem, and that says, I think the guy I was debating said, if he had the choice between 400 shrimp being stabbed non-fatally or one human being stabbed non-fatally, and he was at the trolley switch, he would pick saving the shrimp, because saving 400 shrimp from being stabbed is better than saving one person from being stabbed.
Let me pause real quick, guys. For those of you that don't know, Non-Fon, the guy with like the little baby wrists that was on the last Prime Guys yesterday, he is heavily invested in a charity organization that I'm assuming he's getting some money from. Maybe it's just a passion project. I don't fucking know. But it is a charity organization to use a new method of killing farm-raised shrimp with like electrocuting them so that they die a quicker and less painful death to alleviate, via the utilitarian calculus, suffering in the world by not stabbing or, you know, killing shrimp in a way that their eyes bulge, et cetera, et cetera. And that is what we are talking about here. And Non-Fon would rather 400 shrimp, be saved from the train of non-fatality than a human being non-fatally stabbed.
And the reason I bring it up is because then I debated Econoboy, not on the practicality of socialism, but on the morality of socialism. And at one point he said to me, what was his hypo? He was like, let's say you had to give up property rights, but as a result, everyone in society was 10 times wealthier. Would you do it? And I said, it's an obvious no, because I'm not a utilitarian. I'm not trying to calculate how things are going to go in a hypothetical world. When you ask me what's moral and what's immoral, I ask myself, are people's natural rights being abridged? Are you taking away what it means to be a free human? And if you are, then you shouldn't do that. And your kind of hypothetical question is not going to change my mind on that. And
someone just DM'd me a paper for the stream, and it's just, should we sacrifice the utilitarians first? Saul Smilansky. I love my chat sometimes, guys. It's so nice having just like a group of autistic anarcho-capitalist objectivists and like liberty-minded, people. I love it. That's a great paper.
That's hilarious. But yeah, that's what got me thinking that we should talk, because I was like, holy shit, there's something that's happening where people are being taught this kind of utilitarian morality, and it feeds directly into the socialist pipeline. Because then you say, if you're a utilitarian and someone says, are you going to trade essential liberty for theoretical comfort? Your answer is probably yes, because you're a utilitarian, right? Like it's baked in to the utilitarianism that utopian socialism would be appealing.
All right, so let's start from a foundation first, right? Let's structure this conversation. So the first thing I want to ask is, where are you coming from philosophically? How would you describe yourself ideologically? Like political ideology and like philosophically.
Sure. This is going to be a little bit of a winding story, but I'm a disaffected Democrat. So I've historically always voted left. And then two things happened roughly simultaneously. I went to law school and I was exposed to principled libertarian, conservative, originalist thought for the first time, because in my bubble, you never saw the actual authors.
Congratulations, chat. We have found the first lawyer that went to law school and became more right-wing from law school. In case you guys are wondering, critical race theory did not start as critical race theory. Obviously, it started as critical theory. We can go all the way back to Marxism. We can go all the way back to Plato if we fucking want to, or Kant if that's where you want to start. But, okay, it started as critical legal studies and then morphed into critical race theory. So that CRT shit that was all the rage a few years ago that you hate so much, that shit started in law school. Law is the most woke portion of colleges out of anything. Sociology, gender studies, women's studies is less woke than going to law school. So fucking kudos to this man for being forced, for professors that were forced to show him some originalist thought and forced to show him some shit, and then became right wing.
Well, I mean, I don't know how sane people can read Justice Scalia's dissent in Obergefell, which is, if you guys haven't read it, it's one of the greatest pieces of legal writing. But what he just lays out is that the central question always is who rules you, not what the right is, not what the case, who has the power to rule you. And should it be 9 judges or should it be the consent of the people? And his point was merely that.
Neither. Both are wrong.
We can get into that in a second. So anyway, we don't need to derail into originalism. And at the same time, the Democratic Party kind of lost its mind. So by the time that all percolated, I became politically homeless. And then in terms of like philosophy, I'm a natural rights theorist. So, you know, my morality is based on the premise that what the founders wrote in our Declaration of Independence is right, that there are certain inalienable rights.
You're a classical liberal, essentially.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that that's, you know, to your point, the measure of a just government isn't whether it's even a democracy. The measure is whether or not our natural rights are being honored, which in theory could be honored by any form of government. It just happens that democracies tend to be a little better at it because, you know, absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. And even if you have a just king, his son might be an idiot.
I would actually disagree. I would say monarchies are better at it than constitutional republics and liberal democracies. But there's a wonderful book. I'm maybe you have read it, maybe you haven't, by Hans Hermann Hoppe, "The Democracy, the God That Failed," and he lays out in beautiful fashion why monarchies tend to be less violative of rights, and why they function more efficiently, and why they tax substantially less, and it's mostly the argument is, you know, historically with the judicial being under the king, you saw a lot of, you know, abuses, and obviously the times are different, you know, with nobility and peasantry, but you know, the comparisons are often false because the power of the middle class and the poor grows with the Industrial Revolution, and that when it's kind of comparing apples to oranges. And his argument is that a king that has ownership of the land, that is also attempting to pass on that land to his children, hopefully, is engaging in low time preference behavior. And democracies and elected politicians are engaged in high time preference behavior. And you can see this with things like the national debt blooming out of control, the regularity of which they start wars, the extreme increase in taxation. I mean, think about it, right? We used to tar and feather politicians, pull them out of their homes, cover them in potentially boiling oil, throw feathers at them, and then beat them as they walk down the streets because they dared support a 3% import tax on certain products. Now, you know, where are we at now? 60% of all of your wealth is taxed, right? But I understand your argument. I do. And I don't think, historically speaking, that liberal democracies have done all that worse, and arguably have done much better in terms of civil liberties. And so I get kind of what you're saying, but I disagree with the concept that absolute power corrupts absolutely per se, or that or that liberal democracies are an improvement from monarchies.
Well, the problem with a monarchy, like I'm talking like a high, and I'll check out the book, but like a high level conceptual framework. Mm-hmm. Like you could have King John, right, from the Robin Hood story, where you've got the just king, and as long as he's king, everything's great. But in a monarchy, his son gets to be king, and the odds that King John has a son that's also great, kind of vanishingly small. And
how many great politicians do we have currently?
Oh yeah, I mean that. But the benefit of
you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
No. But the benefit of democracy is not that we select the right people, but that we don't have to have a violent revolution to get rid of the wrong ones. Democracy is terrible at selecting politicians. It's better at removing them without bloodshed, which is a major point in its favor.
No, I do agree. I mean, I think Thomas Jefferson kind of wrote that best when he argued that, you know, the changes in elections, you know, in multiple elections and in federal elections, you know, like he kind of calculated that, you know, like as like 4 years here, 4 years there, 4 years there, and was like, it's actually 128 years of peaceful transition if you think of it, right? Everybody remembers that quote from that longer argument, which is that the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of patriot and tyrants alike from time to time. I could be paraphrasing. I think I got like 1 or 2 words wrong there, but you get the quote. But the actual full argument is exactly what you're saying, right? Which is that like, well, we voted and we had a revolution and we didn't have to kill anybody. And isn't that a good thing? And I do think that there's some merit to that, but I also think that the flip side, the double-edged sword on that, is that it is also kind of crabs in a bucket, right? It's boiled, or you know, crabs being slowly boiled, is that, you know, year after year after year, we have seen since the founding of this country, us have less and less rights. And we just magically go, but the 1960s and civil rights, and it's like, that was actually less rights. It was more rights for black people, less rights for all of us as a whole. And we have just seen our rights and our wealth, increasingly more and more wealth stolen, and increasingly we have less and less rights since the founding of this nation, or at the very least since 1913.
This is I think the area where we've ignored let's call it a pressure release valve that our founders built into the system. Because the idea with our system is that you have a federal government that is limited in scope with limited powers and that is incredibly unwieldy to use, which is supposed to mean that all the day-to-day stuff is being done at the state or better yet local level. And democracy works better that way. The odds that you're going to have a policy at the federal level that works for everybody is vanishingly slim. It almost never works. But when you make everything a federal issue, you get exactly what you described, which is kind of inevitably a bloated government that has more and more control over everyone's day-to-day lives and makes less and less good decisions because it can't. It's just not structurally designed to be able to make decisions for a country this big or this complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, like, I think if I was going to pinpoint where it really went wrong, I had to look it up, right? So I'm not going to pretend like I'm a super smart lawyer just because I couldn't remember the name of it. But you probably will, Mr. Lawman. Gibbons versus Ogden, right? 1824, where we decided that interstate commerce essentially gave the federal government, this is the first chipping away of like, what does interstate commerce mean? Well, it basically means the federal government can do whatever the fuck they want. I think that was probably, you know, a big one. 1913, the establishment of the Federal Reserve is another big one. Yeah, you know, obviously FDR's years and the last one. And the last one,
that's the truly crippling blow is that for those non-lawyers in the audience, in the FDR years, if I recall correctly, I think it was Wicker v. Filburn, there was a case that basically said, let's say let me back up a level. In theory, the federal government is not supposed to be able to regulate commerce unless it crosses state lines. That's the theory. And if that was true, then if you were just sitting and you had a bookstore in a small town, the federal government couldn't regulate you at all. But I believe this was the 40s, but I could be misremembering, in the FDR era, they decided a case that said if a farmer had grain on their land and the farmer wasn't abiding by some kind of national regulation about how much grain can hit the market, even though the farmer only sold locally, that was still affecting interstate commerce.
Yes.
And once you have that, then everything is interstate commerce. And the reason that happened is that FDR was threatening to pack the Supreme Court. Yep. And so basically he said, if you don't find a way to say that interstate commerce is broad, then I'm going to put 6 more justices on and they'll say it. So because he was a compromise communist of sorts was reached, but it ever since then, we've been on a rocket ship to the moon in terms of the size and complexity of the federal government.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, this is an interesting conversation. I think it maybe gets away a little bit from the topic, but sometimes I like to waffle around, right? I like to feel people out, figure out where they're at. I would also, you know, my chat was suggesting reading Lysander Spooner, Constitution of No Authority. Have you read that?
No, I've not.
So Lysander Spooner is an interesting character, right? So from the ANCAP perspective, right? Many people think, oh, well, you guys are just like classical liberals, and then you went really far. That's true to a certain extent, because we believe in natural rights and natural law. So we share those same beliefs in natural law, right? We might pull from early works like second treatise on government and things like that, homesteading concepts, natural rights, etc. But really, we come from the anarchist vein. We come from Proudhon. But here in America, there was a group of contemporaries that were seen as would have been like the proto-libertarians of their time, right? They were Benjamin Tucker, Lysander Spooner, to a certain extent Voltairine de Cleyre, but she doesn't get much mention in a lot of these things, and Josiah Warren. And one of these guys, Lysander Spooner, crazy. There's a whole thing you can look into him about like the post office and how he tried to set up a competing post office, and then the government came after him and shit. He was a Civil War veteran that fought for the North, but also, after the Civil War and after many of those abuses of the government, wrote this treatise, Constitution of No Authority, number 6 is the one you want to read. And, his basic argument, really the really simple one, is kind of twofold. Number one is this idea, like a contract requires voluntary consent, and I never signed this fucking contract. So the entire state is illegitimate because they claim that it's voluntary, except I don't get a fucking choice. I don't get a choice but to pay my taxes to a government that bombs people. I don't get a choice to pay. Well, in this instance, it was, what if I don't want the Civil War happening? What if I don't want, millions of Americans being slaughtered by other Americans? And so that's that. And then the other argument is essentially this: either the founding fathers created a government that was destined to be as big as it has gotten on purpose, and therefore all of their reasoning was flawed and all of their arguments are bullshit, or they created a system of government that was powerless to stop it, and therefore all of their reasoning is flawed and all of their arguments are flawed by that metric. And so the kind of like the worship of like the original government is literally just a nostalgic attempt to go to a before time that caused the time we're currently in. And so we have to re-examine what our government is and what our founding fathers put forward, because it was destined to fail no matter what their reasoning was and no matter what they did, because it either lacked the power to stop where we are currently, or it was designed to create the situation where we're at currently. And in either case, it is this highly violative, ever-expanding state.
That's an it sounds like an interesting book.
My
gut reactions to the arguments are: social contract theory is nice, but the problem with it is that there are elements of what it means to have a government that are, let's say it, non-optional, right? Like, and the founders talked about this when they were debating whether to have a federal government. And the idea was something like this: let's say we don't have a federal government and France invades Maine. Now what? Like, the problem with not having a federal government is that you don't have the resources to make defense work on the scale you need. You don't have the resources to make trade work in the way you need.
Is true.
Well, like the basic logic is, if you don't have a group of people with some kind of patriotic impulse, right, when the guys with knives and swords come, who do have a group of a patriotic impulse towards their in-group, they're going to beat the shit out of you and take everything you own. So the very basics is that there needs to be some level of government, at least to do, let's say, defense, trade, border security, right? Like kind of like the basics where you don't get to be a state anymore.
I'm listening.
You don't have it.
I'm gonna be right there.
Then the second point I thought was more interesting, but I think he's misdiagnosing it. I don't think the problem is that the system had to lead to this moment. I think the problem is liberty requires constant vigilance, and we stopped teaching civics. We stopped teaching people that you have to go out and fight for this. And we started teaching people that things that aren't natural rights are rights. And this is the socialism angle. Because when you say to someone, have a heart, don't you have empathy? What do you mean you don't think food's a human right? Are you a monster? You must be a moral monster to say food isn't a human right. Well, once you agree food is a human right, now you must have a government that can provide the food to everyone, no matter what. So the government is now this giant apparatus. And then that's one more right against many. So when they say, well, look, we have a trade-off now. Yeah, we're abridging your freedom of speech, but it's to ensure that we can make enough food. And then they've got you. Right?
Okay.
So, like it's a 3-step thing. They convince you that positive rights are the same thing as natural rights. Then they hit you with utilitarianism and empathy. And then they offer to trade your liberty for comfort. And we're not teaching people that they need to resist that. That when someone comes to you and says, as Reagan put it, I'm the government, I'm here to help. You should be terrified by that. Your reaction should be absolutely not. And to my point with Econoboy, on moral grounds. I don't need to get into some is this going to work out better? My gut reaction is no, you cannot take away my liberty. Thank you, fuck off. And basically, if I was going to give the TLDR, classical liberals became pussies. That's the problem.
Okay, so there's quite a few things you said here. So the first one is the only thing that you didn't say, which is someone in my chat was like, you need to read the Anti-Federalist Papers. So I just had to go to my bookcase real quick and show you that this is a very worn book with certain corners folded over, which is the essential Federalist and Anti-Federalist Papers compiled by David Morton. It's not all of them. It's just the big ones, because there are a lot of ones that may or may not even be considered Federalist or Anti-Federalist papers, because they're arguments through fucking newspapers, back and forth against each other. It's not like it's a book that got published somewhere. But I have read a lot of them.
Can I go on a tangent about that?
No, because you gave me like 4 fucking things to address first.
Yeah, you're right. I'll be a good guest.
So the first one, self-defense. I could go into a really, really long argument about it, but luckily, even when I was a minarchist, very close to yourself, not even a full-blown ANCAP yet, I already made a video on this. So if anybody wants to check it out, I'll throw it in the Discord later if you guys remind me. But TLDR, my argument is as thus: the economic calculation problem is a thing. There is a desire for self-defense. There is a desire for defense of large swaths of land, and the market cannot do a worse job than the state in terms of efficiency at providing self-defense. We live in a modern era where it is very easy for insurance companies to charge rates based off of how protected your property and your business is, and where you could alleviate very high insurance rates by paying smaller premiums to private military contractors, PMCs. And my argument is that a anarchist completely destroyed federal government and 1,000 Liechtensteins here in America would not only be able to defend themselves, but would be able to do it at a more cost-effective rate with a more efficient system than the United States government ever could. Because to argue otherwise is to either believe that there is no market incentive to defend property, which I think is a hard argument to take, or to believe that the state has solved the economic calculation problem and that central planners are more efficient than the market. And I think both of those are going to be difficult. But there's way more in depth on that. So that's your first point. Second point, liberty requires constant vigilance, and we're not really teaching that. 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. I think part of that is the contradiction of the founding fathers. And our lack of, I would say, it not only requires constant vigilance, but I would say it also requires constant progress. And what I mean by constant progress is a recognition that the philosophies of our founding fathers or of ancient philosophers must constantly be improved upon. And what I would say is that we are standing on the shoulders of giants and pissing on them, instead of standing on the shoulders of giants and trying to get bigger and grow and reach farther towards the sun. We have regressed when in fact we should have progressed. And I think objectivism, anarchism, libertarianism, or as you know, a very small group of us are growing, anarcho-objectivism, is the natural progression of recognizing the contradictions of our founding fathers and continuing to improve upon something that much of what they said that was true. Concepts like natural rights and quandaries and things. They were brilliant and genius young men, most of them, but they got some things wrong. And it requires not just vigilance, but progress. And our education system is going, obviously, in the exact opposite direction. I would argue that's because the government got involved to a certain degree. But there's another great work by Stirner, right? Stirner is like a kind of a commie, crazy, at the first ethical egoist, even though he wasn't technically. You might say Nietzsche was the first ethical egoist, or you might say that fucking Rand was. But nevertheless, he wrote a wonderful article called "The False Principle of Our Education," describing how regular education was coming to the masses and how the elite were receiving an education in philosophy and how to think. And the poor that were now being educated were being educated to be productive workers. And they were being educated to be literate and to do arithmetic and to be able to do simple and sometimes even complex tasks, but that they were not being educated to be intelligent. They were not being educated to learn to think. And I think generation after generation after generation, we have moved education more and more towards standardization, more and more towards filling government quotas, more and more towards know these facts, know these things, and completely ignoring philosophy. Like my great-grandmother was a woman that went to college. And I remember speaking to her, and it was like a pivotal moment. I was like, what the fuck happened to college? She was like, yeah, I remember, like, I had to study so hard before I tried to apply to college. I was like, oh, like you had like a SAT type thing or something like that. But I was like, oh, but they didn't have those back. Like, what'd you have to do? She's like, oh, we had to prove that you were fluent in Latin, and you had to do that. And I was like, pause. Just to apply to college, you had to prove you were fluent in Latin? What the fuck happened to college? It was like that was like a big wake up moment for me. Lastly, you went into how that tied into positive rights versus negative rights. I very, very much agree with you, right? That positive rights are not rights at all, which is obviously why I'm an anarchist, because many of the arguments that you're arguing for are kind of positive rights, right? You're arguing that we need the state. We have, in many ways, you're arguing for like the right to self-defense by a government that then steals money from us to fund that self-defense. I would consider that a positive right that you support, but you just don't call it a right, which I think is better, right? Important, certainly a good thing. But I think a recognition of negative rights being the only logical rights is a recognition that all forms of taxation are extortion, slavery, theft, whatever you want to put forward, and that all public property is a violation of property rights, a violation of human rights, and that the government that governs best is a government that governs least, and the government that governs least is no government at all, other than those that are voluntary systems. And then lastly, you went into how the concept of positive rights and being able to sell that idea, which I think, mind you, going back to the philosophy part, that is why it's such an easy sell, is because with no philosophy, everything is simply is emotion, your subjective preferences. And so what feels right is what's right. And so it is all emotional manipulation towards the philosophically illiterate, because we don't teach philosophy anymore. And that makes it very easy to push socialism, because socialism is an idea that is essentially just the feminine tendency of equality is really what socialism is at a grand scale. And so you say consequentialism. I do disagree with you slightly, but I totally kind of understand where you're coming from. But this is more of just like a slight rhetorical thing. I find it sometimes important to actually engage in the consequential analysis, if you are a very strong Austrian in your economic argumentation, and you can actually argue that consequentialism doesn't matter because it's a violation of rights, but also the market will be better than the socialism you're arguing for. And I think especially for normies and people that haven't already adopted a proper philosophy, that you have to make that argument so at the very least they're curious about your philosophy. Sorry to talk for a lot, but I had to go through every point that you made because you made a lot of points.
No, and I'm going to try to pick one, and then we can circle back because there's a lot of them, right? So maybe we can try to pick a lane.
That's why I have a notepad. All right?
Yeah, I think the lack of philosophical education, because I'm a former teacher, so that's near and dear to my heart. Or even just, what Stephen Fry calls the Oxford manner, which is like the idea to gracefully grapple with ideas.
Yes.
That vanishing from society is a real problem because you're right. If you can't argue philosophy and you don't have a common moral framework, then you can't really rely on moral arguments. You have to get into the consequential arguments. But part of where I think we fail, and when I say classical liberals have been pussies for too long, part of what I think we really fucked up on is, I think Madison had that line where he said, like, this constitutional government, I'm paraphrasing, would only work for people with a religious morality, and it's not meant for any others. And
he said a bunch of shit. He also said once Congress discovers the power to tax, that the entire government is defunct.
But what I mean is,
it's like, and they discovered it.
It's always dangerous to like read too much into like a stray comment. But what I find interesting about that comment is, what good is a constitution if your citizenry doesn't believe in natural rights? Like, what does it get you at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Nothing. They'll amend it, they'll overturn it, it'll be gone. Like we've installed governments all over the world with tin pot dictatorships that have beautiful bills of rights and these lovely documents that say they're democracies, and they're the worst kinds of governments because they have absolutely no sense of a people as to what natural rights are. And what I think, at least when I diagnose the problem, what I see is a population that's losing that common moral center to the extent that, maybe it's already gone, where people, I'll talk to a utilitarian and they're just like, that's crazy. Like, what matters is harm reduction, and that's why we're saving the fucking shrimp. And, and the idea that saving the shrimp is a worthwhile thing to talk about when I'm talking about your freedom to worship, your freedom of speech, and you're talking about saving the goddamn shrimp. The disconnect is wild.
There's also something fairly pernicious about growing up without that concept and then deeply internalizing at an emotional level that concept, and the other being foreign. So I'll give you an example from a Kano boy, right? This is the last time I had like a sit down talk with him, as we were, because sometimes I do conversations like this where I'm not really debating, but I'm kind of debating ideas. We're just having a conversation. We're having a dialectic, right? And so we're talking about some economic things, and we brought up the estate tax, right? And I was like, oh, the estate tax is the most evil tax that I can think of, right? It is so pernicious from a consequentialist standpoint. Because outside of the domain of natural rights, I am still essentially a consequentialist. I'm not, because I'm an objectivist, right? And so I have a value structure that isn't, harm reduction or utilitarian calculus. And it's, but for all intents and purposes, for the simple-minded that haven't dug deep into like objectivist philosophy, right? It's very similar to consequentialism. It's just the consequentialism of selfishness, if you will. And so I said, from that perspective, estate tax is the worst. And he's like, well, come on. Like, it only taxes things over $7 million. He's like, why is that a bit like we're not talking about grandma and grandpa passing on your house. Like, that's not getting gobbled up in estate taxes. And I was like, well, so here's the problem. Here's how it works in reality, is that there are basically two people that get hit with the estate tax. There's some people in between, but there's two major groups that get hit. The first group are the ultra wealthy. And what they do is they get a lawyer. They get the lawyer to draft a last will and testament. They give a certain portion of it to charity. And the way that they give it to charity is, instead of giving it to, fucking Doctors Without Borders, they set up in their children's name a trust fund, and then they also set up in their children's name a some charity organization that they'll become the CEO of, that they can then have like 40% overhead off of, that allows them to essentially pass on the wealth and let their kids be philanthropists. But really it's just a way to get NGO and government money to their children, so that they can recoup all of their taxes, and then they can go do fancy dinners and things like this in the name of charitable donations that then get them business contacts, etc. And so effectively they don't pay any fucking taxes. In fact, they end up reaping more of our taxes than they actually pay, and the estate tax becomes defunct. And it would just be far better if you just let people pass on the wealth to their kids instead of having all these crazy loopholes that the rich do. The second one is farmers. Farmers that have these large plots of family land that on paper are worth a fuck ton of money, but in reality, when you're attempting to farm the land, you don't make a lot of profit. You only make, 50 to 100K a year, with a big business and a bunch of employees and there's a lot of cost to running this farmland. And while the land is worth a lot because, Monsanto or Bill Gates or whoever can come in and, spend $20 million for your land, that $20 million worth of land is really only enough for the kids in the family to have like middle class wages. And now they have to pay these insane taxes. And so what ends up happening over and over and over again is every generation is forced to sell a portion of their family land that they don't want to sell because they have to, so that they can pay the government taxes. And then when we talked about that, and I was like, this is horrible. Like, imagine your family came here from the 1800s and your grandpa, your great-great-grandpa built this house that you're living in, and you were raised in this house, and, your goal is to work on this land, and every generation, less and less of this land is in your hands, and the property becomes less and less profitable, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he said, well, you're saying that the land can be built for $20 million. I can't imagine feeling sorry for someone that can just sell the land for $20 million and then go live in the city. And wouldn't you be happy that a larger corporation that's more efficient at using the land would be able to more efficiently produce food at a lower cost? Like, it's just crazy to me that matters. They should pay that tax. And I don't care if they get driven off of the land. They're millionaires now. Like, how am I supposed to feel bad for millionaires? And I was like, oh, your entire moral compass is completely broken because you have no emotional tie or concept to even any vague notion of liberty or order or a family structure of property that is passed down and living on the land that your forefathers have. Like, you have no American patriotic ideals whatsoever. Literally, your entire compass is just pseudo numbers on a piece of paper doing a utilitarian calculus and a hidden hatred for those with wealth.
Well, this is what I was trying to get at him, because he said, and the shrimp welfare guys also said that they weren't making a utilitarian argument. And my point was, maybe you're not, but it's built on a utilitarian chassis. Like, there's no way to explain why you think the way you think without it being a utilitarian framework. Because if you had other values, like you said, like the idea that if a man takes property, improves it, works it, employs people, why do you do that? Why do you spend your life toiling on these things? Well, a big reason why is so that your kids can have a better life. That's why people do these things. And if you make it impossible for people to transfer wealth to their children, then yes, that is going to have, even on like a consequentialist line of reasoning, a really detrimental effect on the productivity of people. Because
to be fair, you could make an argument that isn't utilitarian for the non-killing of shrimp, right? But that argument would require the trolley problem to change from 400 shrimp to 1 shrimp, which is you would have to say that shrimp deserve rights to the same degree that humans do. And you would have to make the argument that if there were 2 shrimp on the train tracks, that you would be willing to kill a human to save 2 shrimp because of like the rights reduction. Like there are ways to make it make sense. It would just require you to say batshit insane things far beyond the fact that, we need to save the shrimp.
Yeah, and and this might dovetail into your point about the military that you made earlier, but maybe not. We'll see where it goes. There's also kind of a lack.
See that, chat?
Of
This is another person that thinks through speaking like I do. He's like, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
As I'm talking, new ideas
As I'm
formulate
talking,
into the argument.
we'll see. There's something about that sort of like utilitarian calculus where we make the policy in this kind of numeric way and we're just adding up the numbers that cuts against the idea of community, of there being anything that would bind people together that's worth keeping, that isn't reducible to a spreadsheet, right? Like it's a very flat analysis. And I think this is why when you talk to people who have this worldview, they can sometimes come across like they're so crazy. Justice Scalia gave this incredible speech once where he was talking to some Italian-American affinity group. And he was saying that one of the things that it was so great about being Italian is that he knew so many other Italians. And some of them he agreed with and some of them he disagreed with. But because he viewed them as his paisans, then it's like, even if I think that they're wrong about everything, I understand the ties that bind us together, right? But if you're just purely transactional and I disagree with you and I'm preventing you from ushering in the utopia, like what's your tie that binds to me in a utilitarian world? Right? What are we?
I don't think those two are mutually exclusive. I think you can be purely transactional. What I think is important to recognize, though, is I think it's less so that like a problem per se. It is a problem of utilitarianism, but I think the diagnosis is slightly off. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll figure it out together, right? What it is that there are unknown variables, and number one, and number two is that value is subjective, and so there are unknown variables. Like what are community bonds, right? And so, for example, one of the things that I argue, very weirdly, I think I'm probably the only person on the internet doing this right now. Maybe there's 10 of us, but the other 9 are completely unknown to me. Is I argue that socialism and social security and programs like that are the number one cause for all of our dating and gender issues today. They are like not a pure univariate analysis, but they are the major cause for the destruction of, for the low birth rate, for the the gender roles being an issue, for the quote unquote chopped epidemic, for the the increasing category of incels, the increasing category of women that have checked out of the dating market. All of these red pill podcast conversations I draw back to socialism, and one of the things that I discuss when I talk about this is what did we have before Social Security? Well, we had the Great Depression. And then what did we have right before that is that we had mutual aid societies and fraternities. And fraternities made up 1 out of every 3 American men was a part of a fraternity, a fraternal organization. And the overwhelming majority of these fraternal organizations provided healthcare through the healthcare lodge system. The way the healthcare lodge system worked is a whole bunch of people would get together and they'd put on their funny little hats and put on their little badges, right? And they'd talk about community issues and they'd be like, hey, John lost his job at the factory. We all got to pitch in and help out John, right? Or they, you pay your dues. Now, the average price of these institutions, well, for example, the Great Moose Lodge, I'll use that one, which was 1 out of every 29 Americans at its peak was in the Great Moose Lodge. For the median salary of a working man of 1 week, that was what you paid for a yearly membership due in the Great Moose Lodge. And what you were protected from is you had unemployment insurance, you had health care where you could see a doctor whenever you had an emergency, and you got yearly checkups. You had, if you died, your wife would be taken care of, and they had orphanages and schools to send your children to. And those schools that the Great Moose Lodge had set up had something like a 60% higher average salary rate earnings of children that graduated from that school than the average American, and something like 70% for women. So you had all of these insane benefits that would require like half your fucking salary today. And the reason, one of the major reasons why this worked is because they were based off of the individual's community and what the individual valued. They were not stolen from your paycheck and then given to the government, and then the government promised to take care of somebody. The reason these were destroyed was because the elite college-educated doctors were offended because healthcare costs were too low. I'm going to repeat that. They were destroyed because doctors in this country at the turn of the century were deeply offended that poor people were being able to negotiate doctors' salaries because they were able to collectivize and say, you're not good enough, or we're going to go with this other doctor. He seems to give better care, or he's cheaper, etc. And then they petitioned the government in multiple states to ban the healthcare lodge system, to begin to deeply regulate it. They made it illegal for healthcare lodges to own hospitals. They made it illegal for them to own, Great Moose Lodge system for that 1 week salary also had elder care facilities. So you had like a nursing home to go to if your family couldn't take care of you and things like that. And so then all of a sudden they destroyed all of these systems, and about 7-8 years afterwards, well, what do you know? The elderly poverty rate is this huge deal that we have to fix, and we have to fix it with Social Security. And the most hilarious thing is because it's before 1913, we don't have great data, but we do have some data, specifically in New York and a couple other places where they did surveys. And it looks like the elderly poverty rate, from the best data we have available, did not reach parity with the mutual aid societies until 1997. It took them 60 years to fix the elderly poverty rate to the same degree it was when we had mutual aid societies. And so it's like, I actually disagree with you to a certain extent that you cannot be transactional within your own individual choice, or that, like, what I would say is that there are all of these elements that are kind of the baby with the bathwater things, right? That are hidden. These are variables that you can't actually determine. You can't put on the paper. And so they get left out of the equation. And so your math is always wrong. The socialists, the utilitarians' math is always wrong. And it's because value is subjective and it changes over time. And the only cogent the only cogent philosophy that deals with choices via preference, I would say, is anarcho-objectivism or objectivism, in the sense that it allows you to be transactional based off of what it is that you value, and does not allow for the state to interrupt those values, because it always fails because the calculation doesn't work out.
Okay. Again, we're gonna be talking in paragraphs, so I think we're gonna keep having all these different threads. To complete a funny part of the story that I learned recently, because I didn't know this.
Real quick, I know I talked way too much, but there was someone in the comments, and I just want to address it before we don't ignore him. There is a fuck ton of evidence. They wrote multiple articles. They petitioned the government multiple times, and they stated over and over and over again that the prices were too low and the price negotiations were bad because they weren't as safe as the systems that their private practices would uphold and their bars. And it is the reason for the establishment of the American Medical Association is to have doctors and the elite try and fight back against price negotiations from the poor and the middle class. You are full of shit to just say there is no evidence because it just doesn't agree with what you believe to be true. Fuck off, socialist. Continue.
There you go. Just to finish the story time, then in FDR era during the war, he created wage controls that created a maximum wage. And because the wage had a cap, in order for employers to get around that and still attract people, they started offering health insurance as part of your comp package. The IRS then ruled that was not taxable, and that's how we ended up with employer-based health insurance. So the interventions in the market continued to have these bizarre downstream effects afterwards. I guess what I would say, what I would say to you about that's interesting is utilitarianism. The way I look at it is it would be a wonderful moral system for an all-powerful, omniscient God to use. Like if you had perfect information and you had perfect understanding of all the values and you knew everything, okay, maybe. But in reality, everybody just uses heuristics. But because they don't believe in natural rights, their heuristics are bad. So you get what Ken Wilber referred to as flatland, where just the data that fits in the
Ken
spreadsheet.
Wilber, that's the documentarian guy that does like all the.
No, he's still living, I think, though he's getting up there. He's a American philosopher who, the only person I know who's a fan of him is, you know that account, It's Homath on X?
Yeah.
He's a big Ken Wilber guy. But like
that's Ken Burns. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Ken Wilber.
But
The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it.
Yeah, in any event, he described this phenomenon of flatland, which I thought was a beautiful concept. And that's the problem with utilitarianism, is that, as you said, all the work is done in how you pick the values and how you pick your measurement and what you measure. And then that dictates your outcome. The thing that was lost, and I think, in your example that you gave, it's an interesting one, is the beauty of the federal system if it were allowed to operate the way it's supposed to operate, which is, okay, this state has this retirement program, and they have this social safety net program, and they have this health insurance program. Texas, on the other hand, they want the Moose Lodge. They don't want to do that stuff. And now
federalism is. Federalism.
Well, then we can see what
theory
works, right? Like, we're not going to play a guessing game. We're going to say, "Oh shit, we ran the experiment. It looks like the Moose Lodge is doing pretty well," right? But like, when the federal government intrudes, you lose the laboratory of experimentation, and that's the whole fucking point.
Yeah, no, I do agree that it is, more localized. I mean, like, why is someone in Washington, D.C. making fucking decisions about the lives of people in Juneau, Alaska, right? It's absurd. It's fucking absurd. No one in Washington, D.C., unless they're from Juneau, Alaska, has any fucking concept of what life is like out there, right? It's an entirely different culture. I remember I had a guy in the Army, when I was in AIT, Advanced Individual Training, learning to be a combat medic, and healthcare specialist is what I ended up doing. But regardless, same job, just didn't go into like a combat unit. When I was doing that, we had this guy from Alaska, and he came in and he was calling all the black people. It was like he almost got into a fight and had to stop a fight. And I was like, "What the fuck is going on? Why are these black dudes about to beat up this white dude? Like, what is happening?" Because he was like, he was from deep in Alaska, and he was like, "I don't understand what they're mad about." And I'm like, "What happened?" And he's like, "This dude won't stop calling us coloreds." And I was like, "Yo, what is happening?" And he was like, "That's what they're called. What the fuck? I'm not racist. Like, what's going on? And it was like, "You can't fucking call people that, like, at all." And he's like, "Well, it's the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, right? Like, it's fucking, why is it a problem?" And then we all stopped and we were like, "That is still the name of the NAACP. That's weird," And he was like, "Dude, I didn't mean anything by it. I love you guys. You're awesome. You're my battle buddies, man." And it's just like, it's like the country is full of like go to New Orleans. That's an entirely different fucking world. Like that place is completely fucking different than anywhere else in the country, And it's like the idea that people in DC make decisions for those people. So as an anarchist, of course, I agree with you that the system of federalism, in theory, is is superior because you get. At the time of the founding fathers, it would be, 13 experimental labs, 50 now, right? But the problem is in practice is that the Constitution afforded all of the power to the federal government. It was designed to do that. It was on purpose.
It really wasn't, but it moved that direction.
I mean, it literally was because it happened, right? And it happened through justification of the system.
Designed for that purpose. It was misused for that purpose. That's a
but it
different
was
thing.
Okay, but I mean, if a thing is what it does, and if it gives the power for it to be abused in such a way, then it was designed with those those faulty systems in it that led to where we are today. Like I get that that's not what the Thomas Jefferson envisioned, right? You know what I mean? Like I get Madison, Monroe, like I get that they weren't envisioning this, like, this authoritarian state that taxes 60% of our wealth and is, 14% of all of those taxes are going towards debt. And, we have a criminal justice system that is insanely overburdening and that states have no power. I get that they didn't envision that, like, we would have direct elections of senators, because that's exact opposite of what they want. There's a lot of things they didn't envision. I totally agree with you. But they created a system that created what this is. And so by design, it created where we're at.
Well, but it also did stuff like, we have Louisiana, right? We have California. That's not Mexico and France. So, like if we don't
That's James K. Polk, motherfucker. 54-40 or fight, all right? Like, what do you mean? That was his campaign slogan, by the way. He fought the British for fucking Oregon.
There are certainly benefits that come with the necessary evil, and that's why the necessary evil is necessary, right? And I think
there's no such thing as a necessary evil. I would disagree.
Oh,
always.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from philosophically, and this is always, because at the end of the day, when people ask me, like, what's your political orientation? Do you know how much fucking easier my life would be if I could just say libertarian? But the reason I can't is that I'm just not utopian enough. Like, there are
I'm not utopian.
Yeah, the practicality.
I dare say I'm more doomer-pilled than you. I dare say that I have less faith in institutions and people and power than you.
Like, we could organize national defense in a way that would protect American interests, without a centralized government. That strikes me as optimistic to the point that I would call it, maybe not utopian, maybe that's not an unfair word, but like the level of optimism there, I don't agree with. I think
agree.
That there are.
Let me challenge that. I agree with you. Let me challenge that. Just in the same way that you argued that you do not care about the consequential analysis, you care about the concept of property rights. What I would say about my philosophy is that my philosophy is the only system of justifiable ethics that is not inherently conflict-inducing, and that it is a possibility that we could do that. It is also a possibility that we could fail and we get invaded by China or like some fucked up shit happens. But my system is the only system that is ethically justifiable, that doesn't say that there are necessary evils in it. And that the one I would argue, right, and I'm trying to be nice here and I'm not trying to turn this into a bait bro thing, but I would argue, right, just as a counter argument, that what you're saying is some evil is necessary because I worry that we will have a consequentially worse America. So I'm willing to violate some rights in the name of the necessary evils so that we can have a consequentially better thing. And I'm not saying I'm utopian. And I understand you were kind of already backpedaling it because it was just a word you were throwing out anyways. And you're thinking through speaking, you're not really attacking me in that way. But I would say that I'm not saying I'm utopian. I'm saying that is a possibility. And with 1,000 Liechtensteins, just like 50 states of federalism, where some states are going to fail and some states are going to succeed, I will have more laboratories to test those successes, and that we will eventually get to a better place, but that there will always be fraud, there will always be violence, there will always be bad people, there will always be failures. But just because my house might catch on fire in the future doesn't mean that I don't put out the fire that's currently burning my house down. And that I think I look at the current system as one that is ethically unjustifiable and is conflict inducing and therefore violative of any concept of ethics. And the one I'm proposing has the possibility of an ethical framework. But of course, there will be evil people, there will be bad people, and there will be failures, and there will be death, and there will be misery. But all of those things are already existing in our current system, and they're baked into the system. There is no possibility of it not being there.
I think I see where might see where the moral disagreement might be. Like, when I view, like, let's say, like, political philosophy, and you say, like, how is society built? I almost view it like a pyramid. Like, you have the foundational, the widest block, and then you have narrower blocks that you stack on top of it. And the foundational block of any society is essentially nationalism. It's, it might be a state, it might be a city, it might be a Liechtenstein, it might be a country, like whatever. It might be a god, it might be a religion, I don't know, like, but we're the people of the fucking tree. But whatever it is, the foundational block is this is who we are, right? And because we have that block, we will defend outside our kin group. Like, it's not like I'm only going to defend my family, I'm going to defend my neighbor too, because we're in the same in group, even if we're not kin, right?
Some shared identity. And some shared means of trade and things of that nature that's mutually beneficial, where we share culture and values in some domain. I agree with all that.
Yeah. And natural rights theory historically came from societies that already figured out the first layer, right? So they figure that out. And then you layer on top of this, oh shit. Well, now that we have this society that's going to defend itself, that's going to protect us from other societies that want to take our shit, there are things that even the government of our society shouldn't be allowed to do. There are things that just we need to put limits on it, and you build that on top of the foundation. So to me, when I say like, yeah, there's a necessary evil, I see why that comes across like a contradiction. But what I mean is that's the structure. You start on the bottom, and then you add more on top of it. So I'm not sure that
there's no necessary evil in what you described, right? Like the most anarchist society in America is probably the beachy Amish, right? They're completely insular. They're completely voluntary. They're extremely connected by their identity. They're extremely connected by their religious beliefs. And they do Rumspringa, right? So when children come of age, they force them out of their society, tell them to go look in the world and make sure that if you come back, that this is what you truly want, right? So pure voluntary society. They are their brother's keeper, right? Like they have cell phones, the Beachy Amish. This isn't the same as like the Dutch Amish with like horses and shit, right? They have cell phones, but most of them have like their church members look through their cell phone to make sure that they're not falling to the temptations of pornography and things like that. They have wonderful community. The women are fucking helping raise the kids. They're coming to big cookouts. They're like, it's the most beautiful fucking society any conservative could ever dream of. And the only thing that's keeping them from being ANCAPs is that they have to pay the federal government money. And so I don't disagree with you that libertarianism doesn't work when a society becomes in conflict with itself in terms of its morality and its values and its identity, right? You can have multiple ethnic groups in a community, right? And like that comes with tension to a certain degree. Research seems to suggest that it's a lot of tension when it's only 2 or 3, and when it's like 4 or 5, it kind of goes away. There's a lot of good research out of that from like Singapore, but then again, Singapore has a top-down authoritarian king, or at least it did when a lot of this research occurred. So I don't disagree with any of that. I don't think that in any way, I think there's a jump in the logical conclusion that then therefore certain elements of the state are necessary. I think there's an illogical leap there that doesn't tie those things together. In fact, I would say that anarcho-capitalism would solve many of these problems, where you have a state that is forcing people that disagree with each other, that don't share common values, that don't share certain things, especially with things like civil rights legislation that says it's illegal for a landlord to discriminate against out-group preferences. It's illegal for a business to say that you can't be in here because you're not one of us. It's illegal for a town to be based upon racial or religious, ethnic groups and things like that. The religions sometimes can skirt it like the Amish, right? Because they're a little bit more constitutionally protected than racial discrimination, for example, because, one is intrinsic characteristic and the other is behavior. But you get what I'm saying? I just don't, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you 100% until we get to what I see to be a logical jump of, therefore, we need some element of a national state to force all of these people that disagree with each other and ought to be in different communities that share different values to then be packed together and live together, despite like that to me seems actually antithetical to your argument, not just a logical leap.
No, I think that it's almost, in some senses, and it's a useful conversation, it's almost an argument like a Bayesian argument from tradition, right? Where like what I'm kind of saying is, I view myself as like a relatively clever guy, but I'm just one guy trying to be clever, right? And the bloody arc of history has taught us that if you don't have the sort of structure that allows your in-group to defend itself, then the people that do are going to take your shit from you, and you won't get to be a society anymore.
Mhm.
Now, that doesn't mean...
That doesn't require a state.
Well, it always has. Now, or sorry, I don't want to say always, that's a big claim. It has in the vast majority of historical examples we could talk to. Now, does that mean that it's the only way? No, and I think that's your point. But when I look at this from like a Bayesian lens, right? Like I'm going to say like, well, what would it take to disturb my prior? Depends how strong my prior is. My prior for the need for a government to provide for, at minimum, trade leverage, defense, border security is unbelievably high. Like the amount
I
of
agree.
evidence I would need to...
I agree in terms of the rhetorical argument to convince the people, because we both agree that a libertarian society doesn't work if nobody in the society is libertarian, right? And so I agree that you have to win a certain segment of the population over to get this to be to get this to be adopted by that population at large, or you have to isolate in some capacity, much like the Free State Project is trying to do in New Hampshire. It is ambitious, but I agree to that. You've kind of discovered the reason for the name of my channel, right? Which is Fabian Liberty, because it's an inversion of the Fabian Society's strategy, right? I am an incrementalist because I don't think I think, great men plant seeds for the trees of which the shade they will never sit in, right? I don't think I can convince anybody to hit the button tomorrow that destroys the U.S. government, and I don't even think that would. I think it is overwhelmingly likely that even if I did that tomorrow, that would do anything other than just create a bunch of warlords and a lot of large corporations that would use this as a means of getting rid of even less rights and using even more control and even more power, and would lead to less freedom. That is why, my argumentation really comes down to, okay, I see it. How do we handle security? How about a fucking small town in Georgia somewhere finally be allowed to have a private corporation be their police as opposed to a locally elected sheriff? And we'll let the funds still be state gathered, and we'll let the local town still vote on whatever corporation does it, and they'll hand out a contract amongst multiple competing firms. And then let's look at that and see how many rights violations occur. Let's see what rights look like with a private corporation that is beholden to a contract, as opposed to all of the Supreme Court cases that have protected cops to the point where they basically can do whatever the fuck they want and they're held to no standard. And even if they are held to a standard, the most that happens is they get fired, or in rare cases, they actually serve prison time. And even then you win your court case and it just comes from the taxpayers anyways, like the police unions and qualified immunity and, all of the fucking exceptions to the Fourth Amendment violations that have been added over time, like, the special exemptions and egress laws and all the Supreme Court cases that have basically said that your car isn't your property or some shit, right? Like all of these things. Let's have a private company do this. And I think what'll happen is that you'll find it's cheaper, it's more efficient, and that there's less rights violations as a whole. And I think when you get that once, all of a sudden a couple other towns go, well, fuck, man, I would like something that's cheaper with less rights violations that everybody is in favor of. Let's try that. And I think you try that once, you try it twice, you try it 3 times, and before you know it, you have 100 of them. And before you know it, one of these states is like, do we really need state troopers? Or can we just have a fucking private corporation do the job of state troopers? But I recognize no one is going to pull the trigger on let's get rid of the NSA and the CIA and the FBI tomorrow, and let's get rid of all of the police, and we'll figure it out with companies, right? I think predominantly the most important thing that I advocate for, first and foremost, is not reduction in taxes, which is crazy to hear an ANCAP say, and it's not reduction in spending, though both of those things are highly important to me. The number one thing that I think is more important than anything is the reduction of regulations that make it illegal for a private company to compete with the services of the state. It is the abolishment of those monopolies to allow companies to enter into the market and prove that even when you are taxed to make a system work, sometimes a private company can find a way to do it better, even against a competitor that can tax. And I think that is like the first step in pulling back the state. Because like you and I are so fucking closely aligned on so many issues that it's like, let's check back in 30 years. And if we get the world you want, I think you'll be way more receptive to the world that I'm asking for. Because so many things that would have implemented in the world that you want will make a lot more sense and we'll have a lot more proof.
Well, I think that's a really interesting point, right? Because like I'm going to generalize here a little bit, but like you brought up anti-federalist literature earlier in this conversation, right? And like I would describe someone said, you know, if I was talking to someone and I knew they understood the lingo, they said, "What are your politics?" I'd say, "I'm a small government federalist." Like that's what I want, federalism, and I want a small federal government. At the time of the founding, you and I would have been writing newspaper articles about how bad the other person's ideas were because they're so far apart. Today, I think we're actually pretty close to like one side of the spectrum in a lot of these areas. Yeah. And the question becomes, I think the one that you raised, which is, you know, one, how do you push back the creep of the federal government such that the laboratory doors open again and people can start trying new ideas? And then two, what are we going to do about an education system, and particularly, I mean, undergraduate, that mass produces utilitarianism? And I really do mean that, because when I speak to someone who graduated undergrad,
abolish federal student loans.
I mean,
we have to abolish federal.
I think
student
that's
loans.
got to be it, right? Because there is no. I mean, first of all, sending everyone to college just means that college no longer does the thing that college is supposed to do. Because if everyone goes, no one goes. It's not really designed for that.
There's a term in sociology called McDonaldization. So McDonald's and then ization, right? Where and it's based off of like McDonald's putting in like you know, just the corporate model of McDonald's. And that is what the university system has done, is that they said, well, the government is ensuring that all of these people are going to pay us no matter what, because the government is going to give these people the money to come to school. Okay, well then how do we make more money? Well, the best way to make more money is to expand how many people come to school. Obviously, because the government is guaranteed that so many people go to school regardless of the value of the education or not. And then the government has also set up this monopoly of credentialism, right? You can't be an engineer unless you have an engineering degree. You can't be a hairdresser unless you have a hairdresser school certificate. You can't be a doctor unless the AMA approves, because they want to make sure that doctors don't become too cheap, so they artificially lower how many doctors can actually graduate, right? There's all these licensing and government controls, and then there's the guarantee of money. And so, of course, college has been dumbed down to essentially be daycare for older teenagers, because that is the inevitable conclusion of those things. And then it becomes from the 1960s forward, right? The Frankfurt School and critical theorists go, here is a place that the young are being educated, and that is an important pillar of society, right? Which is higher education is an incredibly important pillar of society. And so it is ripe for ideological subversion. There's perhaps no place better for ideological subversion than the university system. Other than once you have the university system teaching critical pedagogy, right? Because pedagogy of the oppressed, right? Which is Paulo Freire, who's a Marxist. He is the number one cited person in all of the humanities and in education. Overwhelmingly, the entire education system is designed to create Marxists at a young age. You know, we have social emotional learning, where they're trying to teach second step alone, which they support transformative social emotional learning. They've worked with Psychus, whose slogan is sex education for children. They have done summits with Sumi Cho, Ibram X. Kendi, oh my God, the female that wrote the white privilege book that was Right Fragility. Right. Like, so this group is in 1/3 of all elementary schools in America, teaching a program of social emotional learning, which is a psychological intervention that was designed for school counselors to target children with oppositional defiant disorder and ODD and oh God, there's another one. I can't remember it right now, but it doesn't matter. They're basically the same thing anyways. Like two categories of the DSM with like the same fucking criteria. It really only matters for ICD-10 coding. But, right. So In 1/3, they're trying to target children that have individualistic beliefs and then teach them to stop having individualistic beliefs and be uncomfortable, which is so that they can go into the zone of proximal development that they stole from Vygotsky. What it means is they want to break them down by teaching them about their white privilege and how they're wrong and how their individualistic beliefs are evil, so that they can go into this zone of learning, so that we can target all of the children that would believe in rights and would believe in individualism and would grow up to be constitutional conservatives or libertarians, and try and instead train them towards transformative social emotional learning, which means engaged in critical democracy and protest for equality for all and things of that nature, right? So you start with the universities, and then you get the teachers, and then you go into the elementary schools, and we're already there. We're already at a point where somewhere between 40 to 50% of all children are being groomed by their teachers towards Marxist philosophy as a core component of the entire education system. But conservatives are completely just unaware.
Yeah, earlier you were talking about how like critical theory came out of the law schools, which it did. And you made a crack about how few lawyers come out of law school conservative, especially let's like bracket U Chicago in a few corner cases, but
University of Chicago's always been it's Milton Friedman School, you know what I mean? So it's got its own little twist.
It's got its own thing, but by and large, you're right. And it's so funny because if I was going to trace that back historically, because I was a teacher before I went to lawyer, so I went to teacher training programs, right? So I've seen what you're describing, and one of the things that I think kept me out of that particular school of thought is that when I was an undergrad, the only things I studied were philosophy and martial arts. Like I basically went to philosophy classes and then ditched.
Nothing will make you conservative quicker than martial arts. Martial arts makes everyone a conservative.
For sure, but and that's kind of the thing where I was saying what we're talking about college before. It requires humility, and then also, when you're not in a classroom where you can redefine the term
reality,
so that you're right. When you're in reality, the world just functions differently. Like I have a lot of blue collar friends and different people I interact with. And I don't think.
Listen, Chad, he's one of the good ones, all right? He's not one of these liberal elites. He's got blue collar friends. He's also not racist. He's got some black friends.
I do, yeah. We can go on. Asian friends too, but no.
You said you went to law school.
Yeah, there you go. No, what I was saying is, I don't know that my buddies who didn't go to college would be able to articulate natural rights theory to me in beautiful language, but they all live that way. That's how they operate in the day-to-day world. They're not going around being like, how do I reduce harm and are shrimp as valuable as people? It would never cross their fucking mind.
It's like that song Richmond North of Richmond from Oliver North, right? He's an Appalachian man. My dad actually like the hunting club is on his property, right? That is the salt of the earth people. The people they're not sagacious. They're not particularly articulate they're not going to give you flowing poetry. But the soul is there, and that soul is very often either communist or very libertarian, and very rarely any of these other ideologies. It's one or the other. It's either I hate all these fucking rich dudes, I hate the way corporations parade us, I want equality for all, et cetera, et cetera. Right? They're the true proletariat, right? And they're without the capacity to really eloquently say so, or they're very libertarian. They're like, what the fuck am I working my ass off for, to have half my money stolen so that welfare queens somewhere can go do some other shit, especially in a lot of these towns that are full of drugs and fentanyl and things like that now.
Well, but I guess these are the battlefields, right? Because, it's interesting because, having these conversations that led into this one, that's fucking shrimp debate and the debate with the cowboy. Yeah, that's what I came to realize is that if you've imbibed this kind of harm reduction as your moral center, then our axioms are just so far apart that I don't know that I'm going to be able to convince you of anything at that point. I think we might have reached a point where it's almost like you're just a member of a different religious faith, right? Like, I'm not going to convince you.
We're seeing it all on the right too.
Yeah.
Right. Like socialism is on the rise far more on the right than it is on the left these days.
They don't, and I don't know that they see it coming adequately. Like it's creeping on the edges, and there are people who are shouting alarm bells, but I don't know that they're.
Well,
that they're being
unfortunately,
heard.
most of the people that are shouting alarm bells are the fucking worst kinds of people to be able to be the ones doing it, right? Like they're like James Lindsay, right? They're the worst spokesman for the growing danger of socialism on the right is like the biggest mouthpiece, right? And it's almost driving more people towards that, because like, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you. Ruh-roh. You're not lighting up on Discord either. So either your mic accidentally got
Shit!
muted.
Now,
yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I just lost my finger grip on my mic key. So what about
Oh, this boomer is fucking using push to talk right now, boys. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. You would
I
not
felt mean.
believe how
I saw it in
fucking
your
bad
face.
I
You're like,
suck at
"Fuck
AV. No, what I was gonna say is, what about James Lindsay makes him the worst for this? Because he was very good at pointing out the dangers from the left, but there seems to be a problem with him coming from because he's classically liberal or liberal. What do you think?
I'd say he's like a center left classical liberal with too many left wing ideals, and that gave him the capacity and the understanding to adequately communicate Marxism and critical theory in a way that the right was kind of incapable of doing it. Unfortunately, two things happened. One, a lot of people followed suit. A lot of people started beginning to learn what critical theory is, what's the history of critical theory, who are like before James Lindsay, it was a handful of people that knew who Paulo Freire was, despite the fact that Pedagogy of the Oppressed has something like 400,000 citations, right? Which is insane. Right. And that's only counting the fact that they're not like jacketing, one piece of research that, that is actually just restating what he said, you know what I mean? So it's more pervasive than that. You know what I mean? And then a lot of people started learning. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is that he's attempting to do the same thing that he did to the left, the exact same strategy to the right. And he's very sloppy. He's very petty. He loves to like post things online without explanation and be like, if you know, you know. Oh, you don't know? Then you must be stupid. He has Reddit moderator energy about it. And he's full of himself. So you have a center left guy. F your goal, mate. Yo, Grid, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. Holy shit. Thank you. I appreciate it. The war bonds are overflowing. Thank you so much. Oh man, I gotta buy tickets now. But anyways, right. So I think it's a multivariate thing, right? It's his behavior, it's who he is, and it's also his political, his political place. And then also, I think the problem with socialism on the left. Well, I mean, there's a lot of problems with socialism on the left. The thing about socialism on the left that allowed somebody like James Lindsay to critique it. Is for the right is it's the right looking at the left and the left having all of these horrible ideas. When you're doing it to the right and you're trying to do that, you can't take the left doesn't forgive, right? So there's no center right, center left, far left people that are going to forgive James Lindsay for everything that he did against the left to then wake up to the awakening of socialism on the right. And the other thing is that socialism on the right is coming in the vein of populism. And populism is a kindergarten ideology, right? It's a sophomoric ideology, but that isn't to say that it's stupid. It's simply the beginning of an ideology. That's what it always is. Populism arises when the society is unstable, when all of the promises of stability are now being broken. And everyone begins to realize that some group, call them the Jews, call them the elite, call them the bourgeoisie, whatever it is, becomes now the representation of all of the problems in society. And it's usually, at least in part, true, because when a society is unstable and there's a bunch of wealthy, powerful people at the top, it's like, hey man, the buck stops here. We deserve it. And so populism can become kind of anything, right? It could become, populism in our early American history became liberal democracy, right? Populism has become communism. Populism has become fascism. Populism can become libertarianism, right? But I think we're in a position where you cannot fight the populism unless you unless you fix all of the problems. And that is an insanely unlikely scenario. And so if you are fighting against the populism for the old guard and establishment, it doesn't matter what the fuck your critiques are, right? Like if you're fighting for neoliberalism, it is always going to fall on deaf ears when you're calling out anti-Semitism from people that are blaming Jews for everything, because you're just putting yourself as the enemy and as part of the problem. And populism is the strongest when it comes to friend-enemy distinction, right? You're either with us or you're against us. And so you can't fight the left was not a resurgent form of populism. The left's problems were an anti-establishment, Marxist philosophy and all of its subcategories and deviations, right? Like neo-Marxism, postmodernism mixed with Marxism, democratic socialism. These are all just forms of Marxism, right? That has a long history in over the last 200 years. What you're seeing on the right is a brand new form of populism that is willing to be a bull in a china shop and fuck up a whole bunch of shit because the system is in many ways irrevocably broken.
Yeah, so this is like when I referenced that kind of like analogy of building blocks earlier, right? And when in using that same analogy, when I critique what the left became, my problem with it was that, like you have the nationalist layer and then you have the natural rights modern political theory layer. And then they tried to stack postmodernism, Marxism, whatever you want on top of it, but it wasn't compatible. It tried to go down and eat the structure, right? It tried to eat everything. Mm-hmm. You can't have a nationality. You can't have an in-group. These natural rights you're talking about are ridiculous. Like it cannibalized everything. And what I'm seeing on the right is the beginnings of the same problem where maybe not all the way down, because at least they want to keep the national layer, but they're willing to give up the middle layer, kind of like the natural rights, these kind of hard-won moral truths in order to achieve short-term political goals, which is kind of a hallmark of socialism. And
I disagree. I think they're trying to repair.
I don't know how to sway them from course. I'm not sure I'm a good messenger for them because I'm, like I said, disaffected from the left, right? Like I don't know who would be a good messenger for that.
I was a communist, so there's hope yet that you can become an ANCAP. I've gone far farther than you, and I started far farther from you.
Isn't it funny? Thomas Sowell was a Marxist also, right? So there's like I think there's a rich tradition of
when you are a high IQ, disaffected, rebellious, angry young man, Marxism is fucking it's such a siren's call to that group of people, because it gives you someone to blame as opposed to your own inadequacies.
Yeah.
It allows you to point the finger. And when you're young, especially when you're a young man, I think every young man, maybe not these days because Gen Z's fucking T levels are fucking below the floor, but sorry guys. All right. But like most young men, especially ones that came from fucked up backgrounds, you are like, there's so much rage. There's so much anger if you come from a place where you've really struggled, right? And like, I come from, I had a narcissistic, and I mean narcissistic as in full-blown malignant narcissist, abusive stepfather that did shit like mug my mother, in the middle of the night and then come back home and then be her and pretend that he had no idea that she was mugged so that she would feel unsafe in the neighborhood so that she could, so that she would then move because he wanted to move and he wanted to isolate her from having too many friends and family and people that she had established in the area so that she could further feed his narcissistic supply. Like I came from a man that would use subtle ways to get my mother to beat me so that she would then feel guilty about being a bad mom, and so that I would then turn to him as my hero because he saved me from my mother that was beating me, so that he could then be the hero to both people, despite the fact that he orchestrated the situation. And on top of that, I came from poverty. So I came from poverty, I came from abuse, I had a lot of trauma, I was a young man, I was fucking full of rage. And Marxism says these are the people to hate. And it gives you a finger to point at, as opposed to an internal locus of control, right? Instead of like, and it's almost impossible, given the circumstances I had at that time, to be able to say this is my fault, because it wasn't, right? It was my family.
And you just said the magic words, right? And I think that story, it really tragic, is also like exactly indicative of how maybe the project needs to be an educational project, because an internal locus of control is very hard to have with the shit that happened to you, by the way. Like most people who have that kind of background have an external locus of control.
I'm so fucking lucky I'm not dead somewhere or a drug addict or something.
But also,
you know what I mean? Like, I got problems, boys. I still got problems. You know what I mean? And on top of that, I have a fucking rare genetic disorder and a fucking autoimmune disease. I'm so fucking lucky to be alive right now, guys.
Yeah. Well, but if you, in spite of all that, if you can cultivate an internal locus of control, that's basic. I mean, let's not get univariate, but like, if you had to pick one thing to teach someone and that was going to work and make them successful all through their life, it would be that and like delaying gratification.
Well, that's
those
why,
two.
That's why I said, and those two things are essential components to martial arts.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up. That's why I said nothing will make you, conservative quicker than martial arts. Not fake shit, okay? Right. I took martial arts as a kid, but I took Ishinryu. It's like basically fucking fancy karate. It was retarded. But I mean, I learned how to throw a punch. I mean, that's about the only thing it taught me. I did a lot of dumb katas that weren't helpful. But, you know what I mean? You get someone in mixed martial arts or in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or in Judo or in Taekwondo or in Muay Thai or in boxing. I think these are kind of the big ones where they're real and you actually learn something and you can be humbled, right? You will never get past a blue belt unless you go to some place that hands out belts for cash and like candy, or green belt or brown. It depends on how the belts are, but you get what I mean. Like, you're never going to go above like a mid belt unless you learn an internal locus of control and you learn delayed gratification. You have to learn that, okay, I have to train to be better, and I have to recognize that it's my fault that I'm not succeeding.
Yeah. And it's my fault, even if the reasons that it makes it look like it's not your fault are quite compelling and good. And in fact, like maybe even in a scenario where if you were being as objective as possible, it's not your fault, because like that's actually the trick to it. It's why when you see like all these crazy Michael Jordan interviews where he's saying, I took it personally. What's he doing? He's making it about him. He's making it about how dedicated he needs to be, because if you believe that, you have the best chance, even if it on some level isn't 100% true. And
that's also basically what defeated communism and forced critical theory to exist, was one book, and there was that idea, right? Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, which, by the way, nobody talks about the other book he wrote that is banned in America, and you can't get anywhere in America unless you get a PDF copy from someone, which is 200 years together, because it talks about the Jews. But it's actually a good book, and it's not as fucking anti-Semitic as people claim. But you should read it, actually. Just please don't go down that rabbit hole too far, guys. But it is a good book.
By the way, if you read Solzhenitsyn, I beg you to get the abridged editions. If you get the long edition, it's just like thousands of pages of like inside Russian politics that will not have a good reference point.
This is an ANCAP fucking stream, okay? Overwhelmingly, these boys got through Atlas Shrugged, and they're all autistic, and okay, like fucking, they'll be fine. Okay, from some of you may need the abridged version, but I know some of you are good. You just heard that and you were like, "There's a bigger version." Fuck, I bought the wrong one.
The abridged version's like 900 pages long, so don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, but I mean that's the basic argument behind the Gulag Archipelago is, I should take personal responsibility for what occurred and stop pointing the finger, right? And the culmination of that, and I'm paraphrasing here because I don't remember the exact quote. Maybe you do. I don't feel like Googling it right now. Sorry, grokking it. I gotta stop Googling it because Google's fucking useless. Is that, you know, the line between good and evil runs through the middle of the heart of man. If only it were so easy to point out the evil and be able to dismiss it or some shit like that. But who would cut out a piece of their own heart, right? And like that is the message, the final kind of message that defeats communism in throughout all of history, that forces them to run from communism, create critical theory at the Frankfurt School, and reevaluate everything, is one fucking book with one concept that says, what if it's your fucking fault? What if it's you?
And the other great line, just because it made everyone so furious when he became an icon in the West, and it just made everyone so angry when he started saying this. But he said, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but if I had to summarize what happened in the Soviet Union, men forgot God. That's why this happened. And the crazy thing about that line is it's this idea, going back to negative positive rights, that if you have a clear sense of what your values are, and you know what the hierarchy looks like, and you know what's on top, and you know that's not the state, a lot of stuff that happens that is proposed by like a socialist or by the Soviets is intolerable reflexively, because you know, like, wait a minute, it's not up to you to decide whether or not I have natural right. That's not up to you. That, like, in fact, the fact that you want to get rid of them is the problem. And that's why in Soviet legal theory, they were really pushing the idea that the state is actually where all the rights reside, and human rights are things the state applies against the people. It's not the other way around.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
it has to be the top rank in the hierarchy in order to get away with that sort of tyranny.
Ironically, the person that understood this best is Antonio Gramsci in Prison Papers, right? Which is a set of papers that are veiled, right? And then he kind of like, you know, writes about them later when he gets out of prison. But he's a full-blown Marxist describing how Marxism needs to take over the world. And he's in many ways the inspiration behind George Lukács, right? Who, you know, you may know from Marxian terms like reification, right? The concept of turning interpersonal relationships into commodities under capitalism in Marxian theory and philosophy. And many of his understudies are the individuals that go and are big members at the Frankfurt School of creating critical theory, right? So why is critical theory created is in many ways can be tied to Antonio Gramsci. And the biggest failure of Marxism was, he argues, is that there are these pillars that create the reactionaries. Now, we use the term reactionaries often wrong today because it has the term reaction in it, and so it's become a kind of common parlance to say that you're reacting to something, therefore you're a reactionary. But reactionary is a Marxian term that means someone that is that automatically has like disgust or action or reaction, right, to the proletariat attempting to overthrow or have a revolution, or someone that reacts to critical consciousness, or, you know, in the Marxian sense, class consciousness, as it attempts to, you know, to engage in them. And what he basically said is, there are these institutions, and unless we can subvert these institutions, Marxism is going to be a really, really, really tough sell in most places. And those institutions were religion, family, were two of them. I don't remember all of the pillars, but it was religion, family, racial solidarity, and like one or two other ones. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. I apologize. It's been a while since I've read.
Bottom layer. When I was talking about the bottom layer, it's everything on the bottom layer.
Right. And so the Marxists understood this. And so it becomes very interesting to me when you read Weber in the Frankfurt School, that is saying, how ought we conduct science? And this is how deep Marxism goes into our culture, because this is one thing that I think so many people miss and misunderstand just how infected with Marxist philosophy we are. Is look at any research paper at all, psychology, sociology, economics, behavioral economics, neuroscience, maybe not neuroscience, but any social sciences. And what you will find is they isolated and controlled for variables. What are those variables? Socioeconomic status, class. One of the other variables is race. One of the other variables is age. One of the other variables is gender. But for some reason, you never, ever, ever see, let's say we're talking about spanking children study, right? They never break people down by religiosity. They never break. Why? Isn't that an insanely huge factor in how a person values the world and sees the world? They took his advice and they recognized that religion was the strongest pillar and that science should ignore religion. Not just ignore religion as in religion is wrong, but that data and that all of the scientific studies we do should isolate religion as a meaningless thing. They talk and theorize about this, how it's an unuseful metric, and they make all these cope arguments. Weber makes a lot of them, in that same, while in the same breath talking about the Protestant work ethic. That's a term Weber fucking invented, right? And religiosity is just completely ignored in all of your science. And it's like, it's a huge co-founding variable. Unless it's like sociology of religion or something of religion, they'll ignore it. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right that there are these pillars. Now, I disagree. I think ultimately Christianity and religion needs to go by the wayside. I think it actually it actually births socialism. And I would argue that socialism is made possible through Christianity. As opposed to a better philosophy that is actually anti-socialist. But it's like way down my list of problems. And I do agree with you that full-blown socialism is often, is buttressed against Christianity in many ways. But yeah, no, I agree with that to some extent, at least in that base philosophy of like who we are and where do rights come from. You have to erode that in order to implement socialism. And that's what critical theory is designed to do. That's why critical race theory exists. It's like whiteness and things like that. It's why class, it's designed to undergird this. That's why churches right now are being deeply invaded by socialists and by leftists. And that's why they're trying to create new state religions and secular religions that are based off of critical theory and things of that nature. Like, the problem is a lot deeper than people realize.
And this is, if you look at my Twitter handle, the reason I say American deist is I'm a deist, but which is different than me. I've been told I'm also a bare theist, so that if you care about religious philosophy in the audience. But the idea there is basically, to be simple, I believe in God, and then I'm agnostic beyond that. So particular claims of miracles or revelations are things that I find interesting, but I don't know that I can ascribe to. But what's useful about that framework is when you read something like the Declaration of Independence, and Jefferson says, nature's God, natural rights, these things we believe are inalienable. That becomes a foundational axiom at that point.
Yeah.
Right?
I just think I have a better one, but I agree. It is a foundational axiom.
I'm not trying to convince you.
Right. And it's like the socialists can't say, yeah, I agree. Sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to convince you to join the flock. What I'm more saying is, when you offer the foundational axiom in some kind of educational program that focuses on internal locus of control, maybe focusing on young men, whatever the case may be, and then you build off of that, that's your plot armor, right? That's when you get exposed down the road.
That's your plot armor is such a wild thing to say. You're not wrong. I just thought that was funny.
It's absolutely right? Because it's like,
these are the eagles that come in and save.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you told your story, and like I literally, I was a teacher, so I was in teacher training programs, and teacher training programs are 90% ideological instruction, I would say. Like, I mean, I even remarked on it. I didn't know what I was remarking on, but when I was in undergrad, because I didn't study very hard in undergrad. I took a lot of really hard philosophy classes.
A lot of people don't need to. Yeah. Undergrad's a fucking joke.
So my GPA,
high school 2.0
in like philosophy classes was pretty bad. My GPA in like teacher training courses was a 4.0 because all you had to do was repeat the buzzwords. If you just learned what the buzzwords were and repeated them, you got an A. That was the test. But still left that with kind of enough of a sense of the world intact that when I contacted better philosophy, better legal writing, better political theory down the road, there was something for it to stick to, right? And then, of course, had kids, which is the ultimate conservative act. So I do think there's something to this.
Yeah,
right,
that made me a lot more socially conservative. Is the moment I had a son, and it had some effect. I'm gonna be honest, having a daughter like really hit. It was like, oh shit.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. You suddenly think about a lot of things. But my point is, maybe I think you might have convinced me that I've been very focused on national debt as an issue of mine because it drives me fucking crazy because it's going to ruin us. But maybe the focus is this educational point and deregulation, because there's no party that's actually even remotely interested in the debt. So that's just not. It's just not. I don't see a pathway towards it.
You know what I mean? Well, because there's only one way to solve the debt, and that's to get rid of Social Security. Listen, 61% of the federal budget is entitlement spending and welfare. Okay, that's it. 61% of the federal budget is entitlements and welfare. Okay, 13% is the debt. So 74% of the entire federal budget is welfare of some form, right? Whether it be corporate welfare. You know, a very small portion of that is like treaty things like NATO is an entitlement, right? But overwhelmingly, well over 50% is Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, TANF, those forms of welfare. And so when we're talking about the debt and they're like, well, we got to cut defense spending, or, you know, oh, we got to make sure the DMV is running a little better with new computer systems. All of that shit is 26% of the debt. Or sorry, 26% of our federal budget. So no one's tackling the fucking debt unless they're saying we must cut Social Security. If they don't say that, everything they say about the debt is fucking meaningless. That's just reality. Before COVID, the Congressional Budget Office said that by 2050, if everything remained equal before COVID, right, where we added like another $10 trillion in debt, that we were going to be $121 trillion in debt by 2050. Like that's it. That's it.
It's a nightmare. And the problem with it is, like, I mean, and again, this is like really going from first principles rather than being in the weeds. But to me, from like a million miles up, you talk about a debt that's ballooning at the rate you're talking about. How do you get rid of a debt that size? Well,
you don't.
You can go to war with the people you owe the money to. That's
problem
one
is
option.
that is that China is no longer the number one holder of our debt. They've sold off most of our debt slowly, and it's now Japan that is the number one foreign owner of our debt. We're not going to war with Japan, and China knows that's one way to solve it, and that's why they're selling off our debt.
So default and become a rogue nation is like option one. Option two is massively inflate your currency. Right? Like, I mean, that's one thing that could happen. And the other one is like cut spending, but as we've talked about, that's not happening. So,
well, how do you massively? Well, see, here's the problem, right? Is that our entire fake economy, where we have nothing but adult daycare jobs, where you know, most of the women in this country and a very significant portion of the men in this country are doing completely unproductive labor, but it's just GDP number go up, and then businesses get investment from hedge funds, and corporations just get things based off of numbers they put on a paper as opposed to actual productivity, is propped up by one thing. I will talk about it. I will never not talk about it. I will interrupt people to talk about it. I'm sorry, Ryan. Is the U.S. petrodollar set up by Nixon. And you want to know why we bombed fucking fucking Iraq because they wanted to we went to war in Iraq because they wanted to sell oil not on the US dollar but on euro to Europe. Why are we fucking involving ourselves with Iran? Because they're selling oil to China in the yuan. Why do we have fucking problems going on in Syria? Because they wanted to do pipelines and natural gas pipelines and sell oil in rubles, and they wanted to make sure that Iran and Syria and Germany had natural gas pipelines to make a competitive market that would go against the US dollar on the petrodollar. The fact of the matter is as of right now, we have somewhere around $2.9 trillion that is held by other nations, and this money is the only money they can use to buy oil. And so long as that is the case, if our currency inflates, their currency inflates because they have to use the US dollar to buy oil, and oil is the beginning of the production of literally everything that is productive that you make, because it's how you ship goods, you use oil, it's how you run factories, you use oil. Everything that is tangible is going to require oil as part of the global supply chain. And so we can massively inflate our currency. We absolutely can. And it will inflate everyone else's currency. And that's why we're not worried about the debt. But the problem is that the bigger that is, the bigger of a danger it is if countries stop using or selling oil in US dollars. And that's why we have to beat China. And that's why we are constantly at fucking war in Africa and the Middle East. It's got nothing to do with the Jews running the government. Because you know why? Because the fucking Jews in Israel and Saudi Arabia and us are somehow magically all three partners in starting all these bullshit wars, because that's what we do. Anytime some country is dumb enough to poke their head above the ground and say that they're going to sell oil in a currency that is in the US dollar, they are a threat to the world economy, and they are a threat to the US economy specifically. And so that's what we do. And that's why we can have $37 trillion in debt and climbing and still somehow not be that affected. But the moment that game stops, the moment China wins and Saudi Arabia, because here's another funny thing, that treaty ended in 2024, by the way. And the moment we start selling it in, to Brazil and BRICS and other things like that is the moment that the U.S. economy collapses.
Well, and this is kind of a weird intersection point with populism, right? Because, that is a very good argument for like classic hawkish conservatism, project American power, right? Because if you're saying we need to protect this interest to stop our economy from collapsing, that seems like a good reason to do it.
It's the opposite.
But the intersection.
No, it's the opposite. And even from Trump. Why do you think Trump is talking about Greenland, Canada, deals with South America? Why do you think he's doing tariffs to try and grow domestic production? People don't realize that I'm not saying he's a genius or anything, but what he's really doing is seeing the writing on the wall that this game isn't going to last forever. And he has to establish the American empire, as opposed to America being the world police trying to protect the petrodollar. He has to use tariffs and things like that now so that we have manufacturing in our country, so that we have control over South America and our regions in our area, so that we have maybe a naval base in Greenland or something like that. These are intentional. And why is he pulling out of NATO and pulling out of certain, right, like, and threatening to pull out of that? These are intentional acts of someone that understands that the game isn't going to last forever, and that it's time to shore up what we have, so when that fucking mass inflation hits, we're actually producing shit and we actually have power within our region. Because China went from the Obama era to having something like 20% of the world trade to having like 60% of the world trade today. As much as China is a paper tiger in a lot of ways, we have it just as bad. And this game is not going to last forever.
Yeah, and because this is an area where I don't have like deep factual knowledge, I kind of just want to probe a little bit to kind of see where you're coming from on this. What I was getting at was the risk that I was seeing based on what you were saying was almost like a timing problem, right? Like if you go full isolationist too fast, and
breaks,
maybe, it breaks before you set up an alternative. And, if what you're saying is accurate, and I'm going to assume that but it's something I'll look into afterwards, it would seem like we would need to protect that interest pretty vigorously until some alternative is online. Because if you have a gap in the middle, you're screwed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that. Why do you think this whole concept of like Israel is our greatest ally, right? It's like people don't understand that, and so the populists are coming from this perspective of like, oh, the Jews run the government because AIPAC and all this other shit. When the truth is that it is a symbiotic and I wouldn't even call it symbiotic. I would call it mutually parasitic, right? But like more so, right? Which is Israel is our dog and we are their dog, and it's because of the U.S. petrodollar. And there's a reason that we get involved in these. We get involved in these conflicts, and people are like, "Why are these neocons fucking trying to go into another?" It never works, and the answer is it has worked every time. The Iraq-Afghanistan war was a resounding success. The wars and occupations in Syria was a resounding success. The destabilization and bombing of like supposed nuclear facilities, whatever level they were at, is a resounding success. Every one of these operations has been a success for the U.S. American empire because it has destabilized and crippled a nation that was a threat to the U.S. dollar by trading oil in different currencies. It's worked every time. And so, but the problem is that we keep getting in more and more debt, and you can only offshore so much debt before nations start going, well, maybe I'll trade with Brazil, or maybe I'll trade with this, or maybe China discovers something with the Belt and Road Initiative and, you know, some oil reserves in an African nation, or maybe right, like it requires more and more political power and financial power in order to maintain this game that kind of started with the Eisenhower Doctrine, but started in earnest when Nixon went off of the gold standard and we betrayed all of Europe because we had all of these like loan systems to Europe and all of this economic activity with the Warren Plan after the devastation from World War II. And we promised them this stable currency that was backed by gold. And then all of a sudden we're like, oops, fractional reserve banking. We actually don't have a bunch of gold to backs this up. We just have a fiat currency and we promise it's powerful because we have bombs. And people were like, what the fuck? That's not good enough. So then we tied the US dollar to oil transactions, and that backs it because the whole world is buying and selling these oil transactions. That's why we don't drill our own oil.
I assume, by the way, that this is building on, this is in addition to, rather than fully supplanting like the other arguments, like, you know, people say we're allies with Israel because they're the only Western style democracy in the region. They're the closest to our values.
I'll say this.
I don't think there are contradictory views.
What I will say this is anytime I'm talking about geopolitics, sociology, psychology, or anything that is in the realm of humans, I am never doing a univariate analysis. I'm only either talking about a primary cause and or a major cause. Just never assume I'm doing a univariate analysis. And that's not an insult to you. I'm just repeating that for the audience because, yeah, I agree. There's a lot of other factors. I'm just kind of describing this economic factor insofar as we're talking about inflation and debt and how is it that we're $37 trillion in debt and yet we still have GDP growth, right? And like we can very quickly cut rates and get growth, and then we can very quickly rise rates and we can get like a standard inflation that isn't that bad. And then and like government bonds have gone from AAA to AA. It's like, how is that fucking possible? It doesn't make sense unless you factor in this fact that the entire world economy is tied to the US dollar through this.
So then if we're talking about like, you know, let's say the title of the stream, like Project Opposing Socialism, right?
Right.
The question then is, do we have enough time? Because if you look at the debt as a ticking time bomb, and you look at the petrodollar as a mitigating factor, as long as you can hold on to it, maybe we need some kind of long-term projects to have the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have time to focus on something else in the meantime, like an educational initiative or deregulation as a focus, or is the clock going to tick out before any of those could bear fruit?
I have no idea, but you can't fix one without fixing the other first. And the thing is that like, let's say magical wand, right? We're able to unindoctrinate an entire generation of children and repurpose our education system in some way, be it centrally planned or opening up the market and deregulation, obviously my preference, right? So that philosophy burdens and we have more of a concept of natural rights and we have all of these things. Even if that bomb blows up, we are far more prepared to usher in a better society than if we had not done that. And so we can't get rid of the debt without fixing the philosophy and without a society of people that has better understanding of natural rights and better understanding of these economic factors. And so you might be right. It is likely maybe even that it's too late. But when that bomb blows up, when we get Weimar Republic fucking hyperinflation, how will the populace react? And if we've made no grounds in the philosophy, I'll tell you exactly what will happen. The government will institute central banking digital currencies and universal basic income through central banking digital currencies to prop up a new currency because the other has inflated, and promise people that they're going to be able to get food and that they're going to be able to pay their rent and they're going to be able to survive so long as they adopt these new currencies. And these new currencies will be a mechanism of social control. And we will lose far more liberties than we currently have when this occurs in that process. But if we have a society that's resistant to that, and we have a society that is more, that is crying out for freedom and deregulation, the answer is going to be, let the fucking market fix this. Get the fuck out. You socialists fucked this up. That's why we're suffering right now. And what we're going to get is we're going to get Javier Milei in Argentina. We're going to have a country with skyrocketing poverty and a country that has 250% year over year inflation. And what has Milei accomplished because it was at a breaking point? He's accomplished bringing 7.7 million people into the middle class in the last quarter. He's accomplished, according to UNICEF, bringing 2.4 million children out of poverty. He's brought inflation year over year down from 250% down to 30% year over year inflation, and it shows no signs of stopping in terms of getting better. And he has cut government spending. He is privatizing industries that were nationalized. So like that's like, if we have the philosophy right, when the collapse happens, I want to be Argentina.
Yeah. So then the question then becomes, if we're just gaming this project out, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does a pushback look like? That would be helpful. Because I mean, one of the trends that's happening now is that young men are increasingly conservative in numbers that are kind of striking.
They're increasingly fascist. I don't think they're increasingly conservative.
That's the problem, right? And yeah. I think that there's to the extent that populism is the canary in the coal mine because it tells you that something is wrong. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. But if you get into a world where basically you have a gender split between two political parties, that's almost a worst case scenario, because that's never going to be productive. It's just going to be a pendulum swing between fascism and socialism, which is really, I don't want to say the worst thing that could happen, but it's close. That's a very bad outcome. So the question then is like, what kind of interventions would be even helpful at this point? Because when I've been on the streams, I've done the circuit now a little bit, and it's almost impossible to have a conversation that's not about the politics of the day, and is one more like this, where you're like, well, how do we look forward and try to make society better, and not make this like, how much do you hate or love Donald Trump? Can we talk about something else for a second and try to focus on a plan? There's not a huge appetite for it. So I don't know. I'm trying to chart that path. I'm looking for ideas. Maybe you have some.
I wish I was more white-pilled. I wish I had more positive policy prescriptions to say, right? Like, I think, and maybe this is the objectivist in me, insofar as there is an objectivist in me, because I'm far more of an ANCAP than an objectivist. Shit, whatever. I'll pick it up later. I dropped something. It doesn't matter. But I think change probably happens from a few philosophers, and that, and we're probably going to have rubble. We're going to have smoke and ash. We're going to have to have it all blow up in our face. And we're going to have to hope that we've pushed enough and made enough philosophers and people in the domain to be able to have the right solutions to rebuild from the rubble. And I'm not saying, we're all going to die in a nuclear winter type shit, right? But I'm saying, I don't know that we'll get much change until we get like hyperinflation and like extreme volatility and riots everywhere, and like a very a nation that's teetering on destabilization. And then when something crazy comes in, we have to hope that crazy isn't fascism or a communist dictator, right? We have to have enough of our foot in, like in the door to where we get a Javier Milei instead of those other two. And so that means preaching the philosophy in a lot of ways. I would say in terms of this teetering and this gender differences, I look at this from a Marxist dialectical materialist perspective, right? Which is doing a Marxian analysis. His theory is, the like socialism is just like the current state of things. It's a movement of peoples, according to Engels, right? And so you see this. I do think that they're kind of right to a certain degree, in that what ends up happening is you get this boiling point, right? And and then you get a society that wrongly tries to create a thesis and an antithesis, and then creates a synthesis. Where they are coping massively is in their own Marxian analysis, is that's exactly what fascism was. It is socialism at its most deepest core. It is the most perfectly socialist model that has ever existed, which was a thesis and an antithesis, and then a synthesis of those two ideas, right? The largest labor union ever created per capita was the DAP, the German work, right? In Germany. You had the factory beautification, you had the Strength Through Joy program. It was all these socialist programs while also having these pro-social family, centrally planned, dominating authoritarian, dictates on their own people, right? And I think that's one of the reasons why fascism tends to heal quicker than does communism. And so there's a bit of a white pill there, in that fascism and Nazism fell and liberal democracy rose from the ashes. And there's also a bit of a black pill, in that denazification is really just, how can we make liberal democracies more socialist? In a lot of ways, the history of social welfare programs and higher taxes on the wealthy and all of these things, they go in tandem with denazification. Denazification in Europe is one of the major reasons why Europe is so much more socialist than America, because we didn't go through nowhere near the denazification that they went through. And we fortunately routed out a lot of the communist KGB spies in the State Department and in the Treasury Department, and and the journalists, and we had the House Committee on Un-American Activities Committee, and we had Joe McCarthy, and many of these people had to hide, and we had a stronger foundation than the kind of crippled Europe. But socialism is so strong in Europe because of denazification, because it was that same Marxist historical narrative of we created, now we have this new antithesis, which is Nazism, and we have this thesis of democracy, and then they synthesized those two, and the denazification created social democracy, right? Democratic socialism and things of that nature. So it's a bit of a white pill and a black pill, is that we can come back from this, but we have to be very careful that we don't get closer and closer to the socialist hellscape as we do that. And I think the way that we do that is with pockets of philosophers, little areas like New Free State Project in New Hampshire, Prospera in Honduras. It failed, unfortunately, because the communists were able to, put new people on their Supreme Court and then violate national treaties in Honduras. And they should be bombed to oblivion for that, because we had an anarcho-capitalist society that was flourishing there, that was doing great things, and in teaching that philosophy. So that's what I focus on. I focus on teaching the philosophy. I focus on trying to get these ideas. I focus on undergirding some of these things. And I focus on trying to slip into that populist uprising and catch whatever minnows I can in this school of fish. and bring them towards our side so that we are better prepared when a collapse happens, that we don't just accept denazification. When the collapse happens and the fascist gets elected and then denazification comes in, we go, no, fuck you. We want it. We want to get rid of the socialism. And in many ways, it may be an eternal fight.
Denazification is a bit of a weird term because it's such an umbrella term in some ways, and it can mean a lot of things. But just to pick at one thing that I think falls within the ambit of it that's interesting is that in a society that increasingly lost a common moral framework, in post-World War II, we could all agree that racism was bad, right? Like that became, like, you could punch a Nazi. That was the one thing everyone agreed on. And
I don't think you should punch a Nazi, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
a real Nazi that fought, punch them. You know what I mean? Fuck them, kill them. I don't care. But like, you know, a person that adopts that ideology, I don't think it's justified to punch.
Well,
them.
but it's
actually it is
because,
until they recant. But that gets like really deep in the.
If I go on X, I'm thinking of like the accounts that like hate follow me. If I go on X and I say something about a limited federal government, the thing that's going to follow is somebody saying, oh, well, you want to repeal X, Y, and Z thing that has some great effect. And they're going to appeal to that because that's the thing that they assume is, even though we obviously have different moral axioms, is going to be something that can't possibly be spoken against. Because if I do anything that they could then say was racist in their mind, that's supposed to be the only moral axiom that we do agree on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so there does seem to be something to that where I don't disagree. Like, racism is wrong. So it's not like I disagree with it, but there's something odd that happened where that became a moral third rail, but socialism, communism didn't. Right? We learned to punch the Nazis. We didn't learn to punch the communists. And I don't quite know how that happened.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened with denazification. So first and foremost, you have to recognize that Winston Churchill and Truman were, you know, deeply allied with Soviet Russia and Stalin, right? Despite the fact that, you know, Soviet Russia allied with the Germans and, you know, engaged in the Katyn massacre in Poland and, you know, had defensive pact like the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, right? Like they eventually, you know, Hitler, you know, went against Germany, so then they came to be with us, and we bled the European front, and you know, and to a certain extent the Pacific, so that we could funnel as many resources towards the Soviets. Now, to be fair, the Soviets were the ones doing most of the dying. That was where most of the troops were occurring, right? And so, I mean, I don't know how much of a bad strategy that
they
is.
They did more than their fucking share, yeah.
yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, I won't discount that. Like, that's where a lot of the physical people were dying, right? You know, and of course, obviously, you know, there was a lot of, I think probably it's hard to know because we'll never get these documents declassified. But I mean, once we broke Germany's Enigma code, once, you know, Alan Turing broke, you know, the Enigma code, and we were able to listen in on Nazi communications and their war plans, I feel like there's a high probability that we funneled money to Russia to make Russia a bigger threat so that we could pull troops away, so that we could initiate more in the Pacific and more in, you know, plan D-Day and the Norman invasion, or reconquering Normandy, and, you know, some of the Northern African conflicts and things like that, which obviously those didn't pan out as well for like full-blown invasions. But I do think that some of that was probably a thing that we just don't know about. Nevertheless, once the war is over, right, and we're splitting things with the Russians, we had a lot of communist sympathies in all of our governments. Communism was not like before the Berlin Wall fall, before the Iron Curtain, right, in the 60s falls, right? We had no idea how bad communism was. It was fairly excusable to be a communist, okay? Because while morally and ethically, if you have a foundation in philosophy, you know that it's wrong, right? I mean, fucking Bakunin was destroying communism, like right as it occurred, right? Like I'm not saying that like there isn't that, but like nobody had seen the gulags. Nobody had seen that like Lysenkoism and, Soviet policies were leading to starvation. Nobody knew about what was happening to the kulaks, right? Or it hadn't occurred yet, right? But so there's that, right? Nobody really knew that like, Jews were being forcibly spread throughout Siberia and the rest of the country, so that because Stalin saw like too much synagogue as a threat to the party. Like nobody really saw some of the political infighting and assassinations. There's a lot of evil shit that's happening that nobody really knows about, number one. And number two, the domino effect thing wasn't a real thought at that point, right? It's not until like McCarthy's time, it's not until like the 50s where all of a sudden a third of the fucking world falls to communism. Instead, it's an isolated thing in Russia, and it's a burgeoning thing in China and a few other territories in Eastern Europe as part of the denazification, right? But like the USSR, not Russia, right? It's in the USSR, and it's like the nationalists are fighting the good fight against the communists in China, and they're kind of equal right now. And so what we did is, as allies that were working together, and it's also important to know that the State Department was heavily communist. The OSS, the precursor to the CIA, was full of communists, some of whom were actual Moscow agents, right? And some of them were just ideologically communist. And there was a lot of communist sympathies in America. And the Treasury Department, Dexter White, for example, he intentionally diverted $200 million in money in 1949 or something away from the Chinese nationalists and to the Chinese communists. Like that alone, we might not have ever have lost China to communism. And so the denazification of Europe, especially of the Eastern Bloc, but also, Germany and Italy and all these other places, we came up with plans with Russia. And so what we did is we said, we have to strengthen democratic institutions. We need more democracy. We need more and so there wasn't a return to the European tradition of classical liberalism. There was a mixture, a synthesis from a Marxist perspective of that European liberal democracy, but also of like all these strong democratic institutions. And there's a whole, I'm paraphrasing a lot of fucking history, right? There's a whole world of shit that's going on in that. And so that is why we have so much socialism in Europe, is because we worked with the communists to rebuild the institutions of Germany and the institutions of Italy and the institutions of the entire Eastern Bloc until they ended up basically taking them over. Large swaths of European countries were rebuilt to be more socialist because that was the compromise with Soviet Russia, was creating socialism in Europe, and then massive propaganda against racism and massive propaganda against white identitarianism or white families or any of these potentially pro-social, potentially Nazi things, right? There's a gray area in some degrees, right? Like, how Nazi is it to be proud of your white heritage, right? Like, there's a line where it kind of gets creepy, and then there's a line where it's perfectly healthy. And so yeah, that would be my argument. But nevertheless, there is still somewhat of a white pill, which is that we did get liberal democracies and things like that back from fascism.
But that also tees up like the next generation, which is, the kind of the people who were raised by those people with that framework, who turned out to be hippies, right? And then in the 1960s created the current crop of college professors, which it kind of loops us back to the beginning, which is like, well,
what did
why?
we get? What did the hippies bring in once they got into power? What did the boomers bring in? Oh, we need more student loans. We need a bigger expansion of the GI Bill. We need bigger expansion of healthcare. All of the socialism that we're suffering under can be directly tied to World War II and denazification propaganda that occurred in America that the Soviets pushed concepts like that harm reduction. Concepts like democracy is beautiful, not necessarily individual liberty, right? Concepts like the poor need to be taken care of.
Can we
Many of these
zoom in on
socialist
that
things
one for a
occur.
second?
Yeah.
Because that I think is the one. That's the one that took me the longest to get to. And I think it's a really tough one, which is democracy is beautiful because it appears of our options that we've tried to be the best at defending natural rights, not because it's an end into and of itself. And that's it took me forever to reach that point. And it took me forever to reach that point because there's this idea in kind of like, if you're talking like harm reduction circles, where it's like, if everyone consents to it, that's good enough. Right? That's the fact that people consent to it is the moral justification. But that's because you're already 51% this. Yeah. Well, and I was reading like the Federalist Papers, right? And they talk about their fear of the tyranny of the majority is like most of what they talk about. Like they're mostly afraid of faction.
That's why the
capture.
Senate. That's why the Senate exists. That's why the presidency exists. That's why the Supreme Court exists. All three of those institutions are to stop the tyranny of the majority.
Yeah, because a pure democracy at the scale they were contemplating would be nightmarish for anyone who wasn't in the 51%. So you have to put all these checks in to ensure that the government won't overstep. And that, like, one of the things that lesson took me forever. And it only happened because I went to law school and suddenly had to learn fucking federalism and civics. Like the idea that you shouldn't be so focused on the federal government and should be much more focused on your local government didn't even occur to me until law school because it wasn't talked about. Nobody talks about local politics. Everyone talks about national politics.
Well, how old are you?
I'm like in my 40s.
Okay, yeah. So you probably were a kid, but you still remember. I don't really remember it, but I mean, like, we also had another major shift with like, like Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton, right? Where we kind of did start to go back towards a local politics, but instead of it being a local politics for the sake of local politics became national politics. And I think that is another shift in kind of our downward spiral is, Newt Gingrich recognizing, oh, we've got to win Senate seats. And a few Senates, well, how do we win Senate seats? Oh, well, we need to focus on governor races because once we get the governor and once we make the RNC fund and national ad campaigns fund these governor races and make this governor race very important, well, then we can gerrymander the district so we can get more House representative members and we can get more, more likely to get, the Senate, and we can change the states so that we can change the national electorate. And then, of course, Democrats very quickly picked up on the game that he was putting forward, and then it just became a thing. So now, not only is it local, like we have a focus on local politics, but the focus on local politics is through the frame of national politics. Nobody fucking talks about governors being important for Ohio. They talk about governors because is it a Republican or is it a Democrat? How many governors are Republican and how many governors are Democrat? It's a fight for federal elections now.
Well, and to give you like the little bit of the white pill, I think about something Gibbs said to me once, actually.
Oh God!
It's so funny, man.
I love Gibbs, but he's a wild
Gibbs,
one.
but like he was a funny messenger for this. But somebody asked him like, "Would you ever vote for a Democrat?" And he was like, "Of course, but not nationally." Like if you ask me, if I go to a local election and there's two guys on the ballot, it's Bob and Kevin. Bob's a Democrat, Kevin's not, but Kevin's an asshole. I drink with Kevin. I know who Kevin is. Kevin shouldn't be in charge of fucking anything. I'm not voting for Kevin, right? And like, that's the beauty of when democracy actually works, when it's local and the people and they have some commonality of moral center with you because they're from your community. Or if you talk to people from New Hampshire where like their representatives have to have jobs because they don't pay them. And so they're in the community. They're people who work there. And if you don't, and you get voted out real quick if you're not responsive. It's a different thing when it's local.
There's this quote. I don't know the original source, but but there's this quote I pull up. It's which I find to be very kind of speaking to what you're speaking of. This quote does not represent me, chat. I am a fucking anarchist, always. But with my family, I'm a communist. With my close friends, I'm a socialist. At the state level of politics, I'm a Democrat. At higher levels, I'm a Republican. And at federal levels, I'm a libertarian. Right? And I think it's the closer the politics are to you, the more control you're willing to give them, the more sharing you're willing to do, right? It's that kind of heat map kind of situation, right? Like in my family, everybody is equal. And I think this actually speaks to a certain degree of the problem of women voting, right? I think women voting was one of the biggest mistakes we ever made as a country. Though I don't think anyone should be voting. It's not like I particularly have a hatred towards women. I just think women vote socialist like a motherfucker. One of the biggest problems with that is that the female domain of control and power is reputation management and equality. Like that is the natural tendency of women, is to enforce equality, right? And that's a really, really important thing in your church, in your local community, and in your family. Right? When you have male leaders in power, it's important that the women are there to shame the men, to not forget the disabused, to not forget that, like, hey, Bob's a good man. Bob's just on hard times right now. You should help out Bob. Right? And it's also important for the woman to make sure that, like, the youngest kid gets enough food to make it through the winter. Right? And that, like, the family members don't abuse each other, and have that kind of nurturing aspect of equality that like protects and isolates the child so that they can grow up in a certain way before the harsh realities of the world really start to fucking hit them as they grow. These are really, really important dynamics in interpersonal relationships and in small communities. But the concept of enforcing equality at the political level is the most dangerous and destructive ideology or idea that has ever been instituted, because equality is a myth. Once we get to reality, we realize that people have subjective values and people have different skills. And so long as people value things differently and people have different skills, there will never be equality, no matter what. It is a complete myth. And it is also a myth that people deserve because they don't have. Some people deserve to starve to death. Some people deserve to die of thirst. I'm sick and fucking tired of my taxes going to build a well in some African village after they destroyed the last 6 wells we built for them. Like, all we are doing is enabling them and stealing from people so that we can enable them to never grow and to never progress. The fact of the matter is that you should give to people because you value people, because they bring something back to you or to your community. And I think the feminine domain, having entered politics, is really, really what Marxism and socialism is at its core. It is because we all have feminine, traits and characteristics and energy, however you want to describe it, as well as masculine.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting topic. I want to ask, I guess, 2 questions. So then the first one is, setting aside,
it's getting late and we're going wild. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
fuck it. I'm here for it.
Setting aside the morality of the issue, right? For the moment, as a practical matter, the cat's out of the fucking bag, right? Like, I mean, that's never getting walked back, for the simple reason, even if it was moral to walk it back, which I wouldn't concede. If you were to walk back women's rights to vote, you would have to do that through democracy, and
voting can never be a right. Just to be clear, right? We already established this difference between positive and negative.
Oh yeah. I agree. Voting is not a natural right. I agree with you. But
for sure,
my question is, like, practically speaking, that's not happening. So since that's not happening, what are the alternatives? Because this is what I was getting at earlier, where I'm seeing a worrying gender gap in the way people vote, which I think is a symptom of something akin to what you're identifying.
It's socialism.
But I don't know. But what's the solution to that, right? Because the solution isn't going to be taking away women's rights to vote. It's even if that was the solution, it's not going to be the solution. So what is it?
Well, I mean,
like, what?
First and foremost, I get what you're saying. In the here and now, that's not a fucking thing that is going to get voted on by 3/4 of states and 2/3 of the fucking Congress, right? Because it requires a constitutional amendment, right?
Never.
We can't.
Yeah,
like, that's never fucking happening, right? That being said, I wouldn't count it out as something that occurs in the future. I think gender dynamics are getting that bad. And here's the thing.
So you're saying like some kind of revolutionary future is what you're.
I'm just saying. Here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that women are almost wholly unaware of the difference in violent power between themselves and men, and that every right that they have is protected. In reality, I'm talking about like a pragmatic reality. I'm not talking about from a moral domain. But every right that they have in reality exists because men choose to allow them to have them. That's
like
it.
a forced doctrine type argument. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if men collectively decide that women's rights are no longer a thing, women can't do a fucking thing about it. It's not possible for them. Like guns are not enough of a force multiplier for the amount of differences between men and women psychologically, physically, etc. Or like in so many domains. So I wouldn't necessarily, like, if things get bad enough, that might be a reality. But working within your framework, right? The gender differences, if we don't get rid of socialism, the gender differences will continue to get worse. And here's why. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, TANF, family court laws, all of these egalitarian forced concepts have destroyed gender differences between men and women. And the reason is because males lack the ability for resource accumulation or capital accumulation. Over 60% of the wealth in this country, roughly 60% of the wealth in this country is stolen and given to the government. A majority of the money you make is given to the government in some way, shape, or form, right? I mean, look at Social Security and Medicare is 7.2%. It's not actually, or 7.1%. It's not actually 7.1%. It's actually 15.2% because your business has to match Social Security and Medicaid. So that's 15% before we even get to income tax. Then we have income tax. We have property tax. Then we have government spending that is getting increasingly out of control. And inflation is a form of taxation, unless you already own property, and asset inflation increases your wealth. So the middle class young men, it is basically impossible for young men, unless they are diamonds in the rough, to go out, start a business, be successful, go and get a home by the time they're 25, 30. This is essentially impossible for almost every man out there. Meanwhile, who are the overwhelming recipients of welfare? Women. It is a massive transfer of wealth from men to women. On top of that, women make more money than men until they have a child. Work the same amount of hours, at the same job. Women make more money than men until children. Now, part of that correlates with age, right? Because women have, their youth and their beauty, which tends to make them more marketable in the beginning, right? And men don't have that in the beginning, but women begin to lose it over time, right? And so men develop at a younger age the skills to compensate for it, and women often lag behind in developing the skills to compensate for the fact that at one point they will lose that beauty, which has some transactional value. And so you take all of these elements together, and what you have is, for every bit of socialism, you have money taken from young men and given to, especially to single moms, but given to women, given to them through divorce. Women overwhelmingly now own most of the homes in this country, right? Like over and over and over again, what you have is the wealth is being transferred to women. And what you find is that women no longer find the majority of men attractive. We have what's called a chopped epidemic, right? Mm-hmm. All these dudes are ugly. And it's not because they're ugly. It's because what is traditionally attractive is resource accumulation and competence. And all of these women are now have all of the social signals that they're more competent than their male peers, and that they're better at resource accumulation than their male peers. And that's because the entire system is designed for them to transfer wealth to them.
So, I mean, I think, I don't want to dwell on the deregulation piece, because I think we've already established and we agree on. So that's like step one. Step two, just kind of working within this framework, right? It made me think of it was years ago where Jordan Peterson was talking about this, where he was talking about the need to create productive adventure, right? There are risks worth taking. And that, that this
that's
can be
destroyed by socialism. Yeah.
Well, exactly. Because but it's also socialism, and also this kind of harm reduction principle, because if you don't want your kids to go take a risk, you don't want them to fall down, right? But what we need then,
good night, Drew,
just kind of working within the framework that you were laying out, would be a method by which young men, and I say this as a former elementary school teacher, our current elementary school system, and I think beyond elementary school as well, is very feminine in the way that it's organized. Like, there's, if you're a rambunctious young boy, is 90% of the behavioral problems in a school. There are girls who are also problems. So I'm not saying 100%, but it's a lot of them, because the system isn't really set up to work with that sort of personality.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of things. There's no men around.
Right? You could do that differently. Like, do you ever read the book Iron John?
No. Iron John?
Yeah, Iron John. It's just a great book about essentially like rites of male passage in various societies and the mythos around it. And one of them that I loved was like in like certain Viking tribes, they would have this. It was called laying in ashes. So like, you'd be a young man, you'd be a kid, you'd play, and then you'd be an adolescent. And like all adolescents, you were just a useless pile of shit. You were just fucking awful.
You're eating more than anybody else. You're fucking, you're fucking, your labor's useless. You're not skilled at anything. Yeah. You're fucking horny and distracted.
Yeah, you're
fucking
horny.
useless.
You can't attract women because you're not fucking good at anything. So why would a woman want you? You're like, so you're that dude, right? And they had this thing called laying in ashes, where like in the communal house, the fire's in the center, right? And that's what's keeping everyone's warm. And if you were an adolescent boy, you could lay down next to the fire in the fucking ashes, which means you're covered in soot and dirty all the fucking time. And you could stay there as long as you want. And as long as you stay there, you have no obligations. Everybody's going to feed you. You don't owe anything to the society. You're good. You're a useless adolescent. We get what you're doing. One day, you're going to wake up and wash yourself off and say, I'm not sleeping in the fucking ashes anymore. I want a bed. At that point, you have to earn your keep. You are now, but I think that like what happens to a lot of young men is they're in the laying in the ashes phase, and our system then, they make mistakes that prevent them from ever being in a position to get any inertia behind them, right? Because they fuck up a lot of stuff. And then it's like, well, your grades aren't that good, so you're not going to that good a school, and we're not pushing you towards trades, God knows. So you're not getting a useful skill. You don't have a master. You're not an apprentice. So now you're at like a fucking D-tier school. You're not that smart. You didn't try that hard academically anyway. So you're going to graduate and do some data entry, and now you got $100K debt and you're fucked. So like there needs to be something there where young men can make some mistakes and be kind of useless, and then be ushered into productive manhood without, I don't know, they're just falling down all these fucking wormholes. Well, it seems like right now they're getting stuck.
So I would say there's a few things, right? So obviously the school system is fucked. I blame socialism. That just is what it is. I would say that, the school system, and this is again, women in power have instituted a system of school that is designed for women, right? It is not designed in any way, shape, or form for men, right? Every year we have less and less recess. Every year we have less and less hands-on learning experiences. And every year we have more and more be quiet, be demure, be feminine, take notes, use a highlighter with pretty colors to organize your notes, listen to the lectures. These are all feminine ways of learning, and the entire school system is designed to teach women and designed to leave boys behind. And if you don't fit into that system, then we'll pump you full of drugs and we'll call you ADHD. Many of them are, but many of them aren't, right? And we'll do whatever, or we'll use the stick, and we'll bring more and more police into the school. We'll create the prison, school to prison pipeline. We'll do whatever we can to punish you, but we'll do nothing. We'll do nothing to foster your growth. And then of course we will create such a toxic socialist environment that we will bleed every masculine male role model out of that system, so there are only a couple of feminized liberal men and overwhelmingly women, so you have no role models and you have no people there that are capable of ushering in or giving good advice. Then, right, all of those things are a big problem in the school system. And so I would say that from a young age, that's a huge, I mean, like, I know when I talk to men, right, almost every guy that I know has like a favorite teacher, and it's almost always one dude in middle school or high school that like was the one fucking saving grace that like recognized how they were fucking up and was able to give them advice that was meaningful. And then from that, then be able to go in and like kind of fix things, because they were lucky enough to find like one dude that was there, and it's devoid. It's all feminine, social, reputation management, and the stick. Secondly, when they go out into the world as young men, there is, again, a lot of stick and the wrong carrot. The lot of stick is, we're going to steal all your money. We're going to tax the fuck out of you. We're going to make it, we're going to have all of these, like, you cannot go out and get, and we're going to tax corporations and businesses so that they pay you less as well, right? And we're going to funnel wealth and money into, assets, because boomers love it when the only people that actually own houses, get more and more money for their houses so that they can, do a reverse mortgage and go on a bunch of cruises and then give their houses back to the banks when they retire, right? Like, that just is what it is. I mean, it's obviously a generalization, but, I'm talking about generalizations in society. So that's, again, not a univariate analysis, not hashtag not all. But the other thing is we have the wrong carrot, and the wrong carrot is instead of having, this desire to go out and start a business, these opportunities to go out and create resources and wealth, we have the promise that if you fail, the government will take care of you. And there's nothing there's nothing less conducive towards a man going out, a young man going out, than hopelessness of being able to achieve anything, combined with a safety net for when they fail. Like, if you wanted to engineer a demasculated, unsuccessful, unproductive male population, take their wealth, funnel it to women, make it to where only if they're in the hyper 10% that they'll ever be able to have a girlfriend that is actually like matched with them. Like, men can date, but they have to date down, right? They have to date women that have had tons of sexual partners, or they're single moms, or they don't take care of their bodies and they're very rude and they're very mean, right? Like your typical standard average in every way man does not get your typical standard average in every way woman. Instead, what they get is a bitter, broken woman that is resentful towards the fact that they're even in a relationship with them to some degree. And this is obviously, again, another generalization, right? Because especially for young men, there's a lot of young women that are dating up and they're all dating the same men that are hyper successful, hyper good looking, etc. And then all of those women are becoming bitter because none of those men will marry them or settle down with them. And then after a while, they become bitter towards men in general, etc. And now they have to go find a guy that makes less money than them, who maybe in their mind doesn't look as good as them. And that's what happens when you get rid of all of the things that women do by the government, so that women can then go enter the workforce. And then you have a fake email job economy where women do bullshit like work at a tech company and manage a bunch of software engineers, because they're the people person that works in HR or works in, team management, and they sit at a fucking pool and they make $80,000 a year, and they're managing a group of autistic dudes that all make fucking the same money they make, even though they're fucking doing the productive labor. And you wonder, like, well, what's going, like, you wonder, how do we fix this? There's only one fucking answer. Get rid of all the socialism. And if we can't get rid of all the socialism, we have to get rid of public funding for schools. We have to get rid of social security. We have to get rid of all of these things.
Or use it differently. I wonder, because one of the, I have a weird perspective on this, because law, the nature of law is that there are more male lawyers than female lawyers on average, but I've certainly, because law is so cutthroat and you just don't really make partners unless they're making you money, right? It's just not a thing. Like the women I know in my field don't, the story you're telling doesn't resonate with my field, but I also recognize my field is
not. No,
my field's very distinct.
Your field selects for personality trait conscientiousness because you have to go through
and aggressiveness
it also selects for extroversion, and then most importantly it selects for disagreeableness.
Honestly, IQ, disagreeableness and IQ. It's just you gotta learn a new thing really fast. That's most of what lawyers do.
You're correct. I was just only speaking in the personality domain, but also IQ, obviously, yes.
Yeah,
and women don't tend to be high IQ, right? You don't get a lot of high IQ women. It doesn't happen.
I mean, I don't know what the bell curve looks like. I do know that in my life you do, but I again will say that my life is very particular.
Women are not low IQ. Hold on, variance.
For one second.
Women tend towards the
cluster towards the center. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's more. So the further out, if your job is a low IQ field or a high IQ field, you'll see more men. If your job is a field that is towards the center, then you'll see more women.
Yeah, it's a little bit misleading though, because law is high IQ, but it's specifically high verbal IQ. So it's you're not gonna. It's not like engineering.
It's not as it's not as big of a difference.
Yeah. But the point I was going to make earlier that, as you were talking through this earlier, I referenced plot armor. What was my plot armor? Part of my plot armor is that I had a lot of single sex education. I went to an all boys school for a period of time. I went to all boys summer camps where we did outward bound shit. Right. So it's you're around
I would definitely have that more of that.
Boys who are trying to toughen you up a little bit. So one interesting that's happening now, it's kind of on its last legs in some ways, but the charter school experiment is an interesting idea. I wonder if there's trying to get charter school funding for single sex education would be.
So I am against
an
charter
interesting
schools,
project,
but that is not typical of libertarians. I'm against charter schools because I'm less utopic. I'm just teasing you. Because I'm more black-pilled than most people. And I've looked at the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals 2030, and I've looked at some of the people that are pushing charter schools and things like that. And my biggest fear with charter schools is that once government money goes to something, it becomes really, really, really easy for them to say that the voter needs to have a say in what is being done with that government money. And the UN's Sustainable Developmental Goals 2030 talks specifically about charter schools and about then pushing in their ideas, mandating ideas within private institutions so that they can have more control, because it is a form of inequality and oppression. They don't use the term oppression, but inequality, to have private schools that are available to the higher class that affords them a better education. And so there is a big fear that, I like the concept of getting away from public school and going towards private school. I am terrified of government money being used for that, because that government money comes with strings attached. And what I'm afraid of is that we will lose what little freedom we have in private schools, Montessori schools, all of these alternate forms of education. But let's say it's a perfect world.
There's been some interesting developments recently from the Supreme Court about, for example, parents' religious freedom and how that interacts with education.
Parental rights,
parental rights, the ability to fund a religious school. And it might actually need to be done for that reason through a religious lens. But if
you have a lot more government protections if it's through religion.
I think the question would be, and this is almost more like a legal research question for me, it's if I was trying to set up a charter school network that was premised on single-sex education. So you were having a girls' school, you're having the boys' school, you're having the events where they meet, but by and large they're separate, the way most single-sex education is done. Could you how could you massage? Because this is what I do. This is as a lawyer, right?
They do this
how
in
do
New
you
York.
Massage the system to
They
make
do this
you,
in New York. So what you do is you target underprivileged boys. Right, you target low-income, underprivileged boys. If you're going to use charter school system where you're utilizing state funds, and so they do this in New York, right? So it's like you
That's where
cannot
I
have, so you can't have over a certain level of like income, right? And then you have, and the cool thing about it is they have some of these in New York, and they actually outcompete the best private schools in all of New York City because they are selective, and they're not selective based off of money; they're selective based off of behavior. And what this does is this engages the parent, because when you're a poor working class mom, single mom or something, right, and your son gets into a good school, and then the school says if he keeps doing this, he will be gone forever and he'll go back to New York City public schools. Guess what? I'm not saying it's good, but somebody gets their ass whooped. Somebody gets fucking, it's like someone gets straightened up in one way or another real fucking quick, and they behave. And it seems to be that one of the biggest components to lower socioeconomic status, failures in education, is less about the material and more about the behavior element. And so what you can do is you can target underprivileged people, and you're going to have to leave some people behind, right? But you can prove the success of all male schools and prove the success of pulling people out of poverty with hard work and different educational structures by this domain. But the problem is that becomes an individual thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the
I'm sure you know
twist,
more
right?
about this than I do,
Yeah, like well, but you're paraphrasing pretty well. Like I think that you do see that. Like when I was teaching, and I did teach precisely in underprivileged areas with a lot of economic challenges, and by far the hardest families to work with were the ones that had been living in that neighborhood for generations, right? Because like that meant the inertia had set in. And like my school where I worked, we had like a lot of, for example, families that were Nigerian immigrants. And the amount of effort and pride and work it took to get from Nigeria to here, let alone the fact that many of them were like doctors back in Nigeria and were like starting at the bottom here.
Yeah, it's brain
Those
drain.
families were incredible, but also they didn't stay at the school very long. They'd be incredibly successful, and then within 2 or 3 years, the parents had gotten a better job and they moved to a better neighborhood, right? So there's like, there's that element to it. But the thing that is interesting to me about this thought experiment, let's say we could pull it off. What if the school was agnostic about college versus the trades? Meaning like as you get through middle school and high school, it's not putting a thumb on the scale. It's going to put as much effort into setting you up in a good apprenticeship as it would college prep. Like we could talk about what the optionality is, but I think that piece would be huge because, I mean, people talk about like UBI because, all the data entry jobs are going to be gone. Well, you know what's not going to be gone? Plumbing, electrical work, HVAC. These are going to be fucking boom times. So there does.
And when you talk to men that at a young age are able to afford a house, it's not fucking dudes that went to college for 4 years. It's dudes that got at 18 and got an apprenticeship in HVAC or went to a trade school. And the reason is because they don't have fucking $80,000 in student debt and 4 years less in work experience. It's like, yeah, sure. You eventually made 6 figures and he only made 70, K. And it's like, cool, but he got a 4-year head start on you and he's got $70K less debt than you. And like people don't realize how often they're like, oh, they look at just salary at the height of a field and they go, oh, clearly lawyers make more money than plumbers. It's like, yes, lawyers on average make more money than plumbers, though there's a lot of lawyers in law school and lawyers' positions are dwindling because a lot of companies are realizing it's easier to keep a few people on retainer and, and hire from within people that are essentially paralegals or working like insurance companies used to have a ton of lawyers, right? Now they just take people that have been working there for 10 years and then they put them in, like level 4 position. And so they only need a lawyer under like extreme cases where they need a mediator. And even then that person's there and they're doing most of the work, right? So people are using AI and other means to get rid of lawyers because lawyers are expensive. So that they only need them when necessary. But nevertheless, even setting that aside, right, like Yeah, sure. Maybe the average salary of a lawyer in your state is $90,000. Okay, well, are you going to be partner? No. Okay. Well, the average is a little fucked up by that now, isn't it? Right? Like, like that's a small select group of lawyers, right? A lot of lawyers are going to work at some government job or work for some corporation, or you know what I mean. Like most lawyers aren't going to be super wealthy people working in in the private, like with their own private practice or something, right? Like, or practice is not the right word, but you get what I mean.
Firm. Yeah, no. Look, I mean, like, there are some people who can go through this, because law school is just a big sorting hat. There are some people who will go through the sorting hat and end up with, like, the big firm jobs. And, I am in that category, so I'm not trying to, like, be an asshole about it, but it's not everybody. Like, a lot of people go through law school and then don't get good jobs, right? Like, that fucking happens too. So,
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, like law school, I mean, obviously there's elements to it, but I mean, just because you're really good at rote memorization doesn't mean that you're going to be successful in a law firm, right? Like these are two entirely different skills. You can get through law school and pass the bar, right? Predominantly just being good at rote memorization. Okay, you're conscientious and okay, you have a high enough IQ to be able to do this, but even low IQ people can get through law school and pass the bar. I mean, maybe not low IQ, but average IQ people can do that, right? But that doesn't mean that they're going to be successful when they're in a law firm and they're working fucking 80 hours somewhere as what I mean, like at a low level position, and they have to be combative and they have to fight and they have to be aggressive and they have to like fucking do even more than they did in law school. Like, yeah, people wash out.
Do you know why law school still works by and large? It's so funny too, because despite all the problems that we've talked about with law school, it actually still does its job very well, which is sorting hats for law firms. That's its primary function.
Yeah.
And it works because at most schools, except for the top three, like Harvard, Stanford, Yale, have moved away from this because their brand is so strong, they don't have to do it anymore.
It's also why their fucking LSAT and GRE scores are fucking trash nowadays.
Yeah. But
yeah, like the average fucking lawyer at Harvard is like a fucking not that much smarter than anybody else that is going to get any degree in a master's or PhD program.
If you're at a 1L program, you're getting hired off of your grades in your first year at law school. Your grades in your first year are the only thing that you're going to have when you're applying for your summer internship. Your summer internship is going to hire you to be your job. So we're talking about like hundreds of thousands of dollars are on the line. Like this is a really big financial incentive. And then law school exams are a fixed curve. The exam is 95% of your grade by and large, and the professor just grades the paper, puts them in a row, and from best to worst, and says, top three are A pluses, the next one's 5 are A's, the next one's are A minuses. So you could write the best paper of your life. If it's not better than everybody else's, you're not doing that well.
Right.
And what does that mean? There's no logical cap to how hard you should be working in law school. Right? Like it literally.
And remember, chat, no matter what it is, there's always an Asian that's better than you.
And they're going to be in your class, and they're going to be studying their ass off. And if you want the job with the big salary, you need to get a good score, knowing that. So that part works. It teaches conscientiousness. It selects for it.
Can I just say something real quick while we're talking about this so people don't forget? Chat. There is a class in undergraduate, all right? This class has nothing to do with law. It has absolutely nothing to do with law, okay? It's biochemistry, biochem. Take this class if you want to be a lawyer or a doctor. If you struggle really hard to get an A in this class, being a lawyer or a doctor is probably not in the stars for you. And I'm just being honest. You might want to reevaluate your life goals. If you get an A in this class by studying relatively well and everything is okay, 2 things will happen. Number 1, you'll know that you probably have what it takes to be a lawyer or a doctor. Number 2, your grades on that class specifically is something that universities look at when they look at your transcripts, because this is a notoriously hard undergraduate class. And it is notoriously important for medical doctor, for medical doctors, not so much law schools, but nevertheless, they will look at that class and they'll go, oh, he got an A in biochem. He got a 99 in biochem. This person knows how to study. This person isn't a dummy. Like, that is a very important class for people, because I don't want people to get a fucking literature degree and apply to a law school and only get into a regular one and then get crushed and have this debt or these problems because you fucked up and failed. This is a great way to see if you're actually ready for it, and one of many ways to get into a good school.
And just in general, like, I think there's a lesson there too, which is one of the things we do that's kind of fucked up right now is that we treat undergrad like it's the time to find yourself. And it really, there should be a bunch of dudes laying in ashes, right? And then going to a productive university setting when they're a few years older. Because like the idea that you're paying $150,000 to be babysat and then graduate with a useless degree is ridiculous, especially because there are other people at the university who are not treating it that way. They're out there fucking crushing it, and they're graduating with, like, a degree that gets them a job because they're kind of reverse engineering their life, and they're not looking at it like a discovery center.
Or there are people that are in their freshman year that are doing everything they can to go take classes that are towards their degree program, not their introductory classes, and then they're going to their professor's office hours, and then they're saying, I would really, really, really like to do a free internship, or really, really like to work in a research lab, so that when I apply to grad school, I've worked in a research lab for 2 years, and that way I can make connections with professors at grad school. And then there are people that think, oh, if I get in the honor society and I make A's, and then they're like, how come I can't get into a good grad school? And it's because there was somebody in their first year that knew that that it takes a year or two to be able to even get into a research lab. And so you have to start when you first go there and hit the ground running, so that they have that experience, so they can build a working relationship with a professor that writes a raving review for them when they go to grad school, and connect them with other people, so that when they want to go to, like, fucking whatever university they want to go to, they can go and sit and have lunch with a person that does research in the graduate degree program, and they've already got research experience, and then that guy wants them. And when that guy wants them, guess what? He asks for you. And that's how you end up getting into grad school. You don't get into grad school because you have good grades and a high GRE score. That's not how that fucking works. Sorry. They lie to you.
So I think
law school's a little different, but like, I'm just mean, like, in the social sciences and things.
It's changing, unfortunately. They just took law school used to infamously have, when you take the LSAT, they would have logical reasoning, reading comprehension, and the logic games. They took the logic games off the LSAT recently, which is a huge fucking mistake. I used to teach the LSAT.
It's a miniature IQ test. Like,
well, it's even better, right? It's both an IQ test, and because most law school students come from a literature or like a humanities background, it's not something that they're naturally good at. And if they're smart and they're conscientious, they can train themselves. So, you can, and that's exactly what you have to do in law school, which is you have to work really hard and learn new things and push yourself. So you can do it with a humanities background, but it's tough. If you see like the rare lawyers who come from like a math background, they all crush that, because if you have that background, it's not that hard. But I think removing that's going to be a huge mistake. Back in the day when I used to teach it, the LSAT was by far the highest correlated test. So your LSAT score was more correlated to your 1L grades than any test correlated to academic success on any level. It was by far the best one. I think when they took that out, it's going to be less good, is my guess. I think it's going to start deviating. And can you guess why it's being taken out? It's inequitable. That's
racial disparities. Well, this is I talked about this with my sister, because she wants to go to law school, and she's just going into her freshman year of college now, and everybody around her and her family was giving her shit advice because they don't know what they're talking about, and they don't care. That's a whole nother story. But like, I finally convinced her. I was like, get a chemistry degree, please. like don't like get a chemistry degree. This is going to help you more than a fucking poli-sci or literature degree. Those poli-sci and literature degrees are a dime a fucking dozen for people applying to law school. And it's going to help you way more. It's going to prepare you way more when you do get to law school, wherever you go, because it's a harder curriculum and it's a lot more math and science based. And honey, you're already reading she stole my John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, so that she could go read it. You know what I mean? Like she's already there on her own in terms of like that level of like political philosophy and things that she might get from a poli-sci degree, right? She's already interested in that. And so I was just like, dude, get it. And she's doing it. And I'm proud of her and I'm happy for her. Cause like, I was like, yes, I did something to hopefully set her up for success, or maybe she'll drop out and that'll be my bad.
No, I think coming from a science background, I mean, also not to be like hyper specific on this, but like the need for IP lawyers, specifically hard science IP lawyers, is like, that's a very hard skill set to get. Somebody who's both good in a hard science and a lawyer. So that those jobs are available. That is a field where you'll get some work.
Yeah, well, I also have heard from a lot of people, and maybe I'm wrong, but I've spoken to some lawyers about it as well. And one of the reasons that because I was trying to help my sister out, one of the reasons they suggested chemistry is similar to that, but also just like environmental lawyers, chemical companies, places that pay good money. You can't do that job with a poli-sci degree and a law degree without having to teach yourself without having a whole new thing to teach you. But having a chemistry degree, being able to do work, for or against cases, let's say the EPA or something, right? Having a good foundation in chemistry allows you to try cases that like other people would simply be like, fucking what? I have to go learn a lot to be able to understand what's going on here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely valuable when you have overlapping skills.
Somebody said it before you. STEM degrees also allow for patent law. Somebody saw I didn't check. I didn't check chat until, but
yeah,
they knew what was up.
All right, so I think we've
hit a lot.
It sounds like if we wanted to get serious about combating socialism, the move would be to vote for deregulation and to open a school for young boys, school for young girls, and try a single sex education model out and see where that goes. That seems like the prescription I'm getting from this call.
We also encourage young boys especially to get into productive martial arts.
Productive martial arts, that's a very good one. And then have some sort of like mechanism where they can see that they are productive. They can see that like, oh, if I do this, then people are going to want me to keep helping. Like I can be useful. I don't have to be, because I think we've all remember this. I don't have to be this like fucking useless adolescent that nobody thinks is worth a shit forever. Like there's a next step.
Yep. So productive martial arts, maybe some all boys charter schools, and I focus a lot on deregulation and philosophy, teaching the philosophy. Because it's a pay it forward kind of thing, right? You can make one philosopher, and then that philosopher makes, make three philosophers, and then what happens if three philosophers make three philosophers, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And then for someone, with my skill set, the trick is going to be, how do you massage the system to let you do any of this shit? But that is what I do for a living. So that is something I could figure out. So that's not outside the realm of possibility.
Let me know when you're making a little bit more content, right? Because I looked at your YouTube channel, you don't have a lot there, but it looks like you're setting yourself up to start doing that, right?
Yeah. I set up the YouTube channel because at one point I was talking to Wick and he's like, it's incredibly stupid for you to come on my show like once a week and not record anything. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Right. So I'm trying to kind of like focus on that. It's a hobby. It's not how I make my money. It's not where.
For sure.
But I am trying to build it out for sure.
I'm just saying, stay in contact with me. Right. Once you get it a little bit more or whatever, I've been able to do it twice now where I've gotten people connected with this, right? And so like once you've kind of got yourself a little bit established and that's like this is the kind of thing, and you figured out the kinks, right? So you don't have fucked up audio or weird cuts. You know what I mean? Like once you kind of figured out what you're doing, I don't really care about your subscriber count, right? I'm just saying once you kind of figured out how to manage your YouTube channel and figure those things out, contact me again. I'll put you into contact with Stefan Kinsella. I think you two would have a great conversation, right? Talking to an anarcho-capitalist theorist who's also an IP lawyer. He loves having conversations like that, and maybe being able to have some of those natural rights conversations where you both are discussing things from a law background. I think that would be an amazing. I'd watch that, right? Like I'd 100% watch that content. But I just don't want to like be like, Stefan, talk to this guy when you're like still kind of in the hobby phase and your audio isn't quite figured out and stuff like that. But get that cleaned up, and I'll definitely like. I'll just bother the shit out of him.
Awesome. I appreciate that. I'm transparent that this is absolutely a work in progress, and I'm hoping that I can get better at it, but it's one step at a fucking time.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you will eventually, even as a hobby, kind of figure out how to not make your UI not look trash, and figure out your search engine optimization, and like all these little things that you just kind of pick up along the way, you'll pick up, and then once you got all that kind of figured out, and you're like, oh, I can make a good video like that. Like, boom, I know how to put together a video, edit it, and make it look good, and like make sure the thumbnail is correct, because I notice your videos don't have thumbnails and shit. Like once you figure out kind of the game a little bit, like definitely DM me. I'll do everything I can to make that happen, because I think that would be a wonderful conversation. I just don't want it to go nowhere because like it has no thumbnail and like you're not sure like what, you know what I mean? Like I just don't want it to get like 80 views and just kind of sit somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. No, I appreciate the offer, and it is. I think it's trending that direction. We'll see, but it's one step at a time. Candidly, since we're talking about this, it is a near certainty I'm going to have to like solve some of these problems with money, because there's just with the way I work professionally, I will not be able to do all these things. So if anybody is an editor and is interested, that is something that I would be interested in having a conversation. Hit me up. We can chat.
Yeah, hit him up in the Discord if you have editing experience. And then after you're done with that, why don't you fucking tell me why you haven't hit me up? I don't have an editor. Because he probably has more money than me, so that's fair. You know what I mean? He's watched me make $82 in a 5-hour stream, so my finances are laid bare before you tread softly, for you tread on my dreams. The
war chest is filling up. That's
there you go.
Thing. And I will not mention what I bill for 5 hours of my time.
Oh, so we God. All right, Ryan. I had a wonderful conversation. Went way longer than I expected. Keep in touch. Maybe we'll chat about specific things at a later time, or or whatever. We'll have some fun together. I know you're a busy man, I'm sure, and tonight was an oddity, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
No, this was a fantastic conversation. I appreciate it, and look forward to more of them. Have a good one, buddy.
Peace. All right, let's all right. That went a lot longer than I thought it was going to go, so I'm not going to do anything after this. All right, I streamed Sunday late as hell. I streamed Monday. I streamed Tuesday. I got shit to do tomorrow. We got to we got to do like some stuff with the cars, and so I got to give Mark a ride, and we got to do some other shit. So I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, but I am going to put together some shorts tomorrow, and schedule those out. Because I have energy to do things. It's wonderful. So, with that in mind, join the Discord. There is a channel called Stream Clips. Mark's the only fucking person that ever makes stream clips, because you guys are assholes, and help me, all right? Help me to help you. Help me to help you. You guys, some of you are willing to donate money. Just, if you find something dope, clip it. And throw it in there. If there's something you want made into a short from this stream or a previous stream, throw it in the stream clips. I'll look through all of them, and if I think they're good or funny or might work, then I'll turn them into YouTube shorts, and that'll give me some, that'll grow the channel, that'll grow, that'll grow the community, get you more people to talk to. But you got to join the Discord, You got to make stream clips, cut that little scissor button at the bottom, and figure out what those things are, and I really appreciate it. Follow me on Twitter if you want to watch me be toxic, or my shower thoughts. And also the Discord is the only place to guarantee that you get notifications that I'm going to go live. Because even if you cut your notifications on and click the notification bell on YouTube, which I suggest that you do, sometimes they don't always go out because it's based upon click-through rate. And, if people don't click it, then sometimes they don't always send it out to everybody, whereas like big channels, they do, et cetera, et cetera. Like, share, subscribe. Appreciate all of the help and donations. I really do. Super chats are always awesome. Consider becoming a member if you don't feel like you have anything to say and you just want to fuck around and put some glowy or some helicopter memes, emotes in chat. It's only like $3.99. That's a way to support as well. Or, just tell people about me. Or don't, and just enjoy the content, and I'll appreciate you being here nevertheless. Do you recommend chemistry because it throws a lot of concepts at you quickly? I recommend chemistry because it requires logic, because it's a STEM degree, because it's useful, and I recommend biochemistry specifically because it's a notoriously difficult class that you can take in undergraduate, in undergrad, to really figure out if you're on the right path or not. Because if you really struggle with biochem or you can't get an A in biochem, you're not going to be you unless you change something about your life or about your habits. You're not going to do well in law school or in medical school. Would evictionism still be a right for women who intentionally get pregnant with IVF? Yes. It'd be evil as fuck. And also, I would say IVF is only morally good if they don't dispose of fertilized eggs that they consider to be non-viable. And by dispose, I mean intentionally kill. IVF is weird on that in terms of like how they handle those things. They can't intentionally kill it or starve it. They could just like do nothing, you know what I mean? Like, and then that would effectively be the same thing. And so I have some moral issues with it, but not necessarily libertarian natural law issues with it. So I do have some issues with IVF, but for the most part, it's fine. All right, guys. Like I said, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to be making shorts. Hop in the Discord and help me out with that and with stream clips if you have some. But otherwise, I may or may not be here Thursday. I'm trying to schedule something for Thursday with somebody, with a couple of people that keep like not getting back to me for 2 or 3 days. So we'll see what happens. If not, I might find just some cool shit to react to. And if there's some stuff you want me to react to, let me know in the Discord as well. Pieces. What is pieces? Oh man, that's how you know it's past midnight. I'm starting to get weird. Peace.